Hey, hello. Hello. Let's see. Hello. Let's see. The stream is on. Mic is working. Hello. Yep, it's working. I tested it out. It's working. I see something move. It's working. And I got a nice cup of tea. No mint tea, but a nice fresh ginger tea with some lemon in it. I'm not gonna scoop it out and show you. You just have to trust me. It's ginger tea. Very nice. No honey though. No honey. I need to cool down a little bit on the honey stuff. At some point, there's just too much honey in all the stuff that you drink. If you do, I mean, like if I drink like 4 cups of tea and I am used to put honey in it, then it adds up, and I'll just be drinking a jar of honey at the end of the day. No. Hi. Let's see. What are we actually doing on the stream? It's it's 1 p.m. I want to start a little bit earlier actually today, but online groceries. Online groceries. I said before, I talked about this before. It's not interesting, but normally I would have those groceries be delivered on a Saturday, and I actually changed it up to the Friday because it was annoying on the Saturday morning. But now it's the same deal. And on Fridays, my experience so far, and maybe, that's actually good to test it out, but my experience so far on a Friday is on a Saturday, if I select the window to, for the delivery to arrive between 10 and 12, they arrive earlier than 10 or spot on 10. And on Friday, it's later than 12, even though the slot is like between 10 and 12. So I wanted to start the stream, and I was like, "No, you will see that once I start the stream. The grocery will be delivered and whatever." I know, very interesting. You know what else is interesting? That's video games. What's happening there? It's a loose eyebrow. No, it's not an eyebrow. Yeah, eyebrows. Oh no, that's the eyelash eyebrow. Okay, so I got my tea. Stream is on. Mic is on. I already did that. Let's get our document. I was making a document. This is our design doc. Basically, it's a joke. That's a joke. This is not a design doc. This is just a to-do list. Just before you think, well, that's not a design doc. Actually, that's not a design doc. I know. What is a design doc? Come on, man. Who knows? No one knows. I think no one knows what an actual game design document is. That's just the truth. Today, the weather. Here's the weather report. Very windy, cloudy, and sunny. So the thing that happens when it's cloudy, I'm just going to tell you what happens. It's cloudy, and then the sun and the clouds reflect like the light, and it's just like super bright. There's like this super bright spot over there. I think I'm going to close my curtain. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Feels bad because now it just feels like as I'm sitting here in my desk. No sunlight at all. Today's weather report. Hey, Stroomkabel. Stroomkabels, here's an addition to the weather report from Stroomkabel out on the field. How's the weather over there? It's fucking hailing. Yes. It's on and off, man. Like at one point, I was looking outside, and there was a person like walking a dog. And the wind, man, it felt like a very dangerous situation where that person was trying to walk. I wasn't even slowly moving, and I was like, well, that seems kind of bad. And I was like, well, the nice thing is I'm sitting inside, and that person is outside, so better that person than me, right? So right, let's get back to this document. Very important. This document. That's a lie. No longer important because I actually made a new list. I made a new list. Very exciting. That's what I did in the morning. Because we will continue with the project. And how to say though, today, the thing that's helping out with the stream is that the stream is kind of like, you need to do it. Just do something. Don't just sit on the couch and watch Seinfeld. You also need to do something productive. And the stream is helping out with that a tiny bit. It's always, I need to move. Am I gonna touch? Let's not touch that thing. I need to find a solution for this. I need to have one of those fancy things like just on it. You know, not like this whole satellite dish setup. Stroomkabel puts hand on microphones. It's hella windy here. The whole field team was blown away by the wind. Oh my gosh. We need to look for another weatherman. Let's see if I don't have any secret stuff on my desktop. Because yes, I will share my display. I hate showing the display like instead of like a window or just a game. So I just need to be sure. Nothing private, nothing secret, no NDA stuff, nothing TOS stuff. I think it's all good. It's all good. Stroomkabel, we need some new people here. Oh, for sure. Always need new people. See, that's right. I'm not gonna repeat that, but indeed. Let's let's go to the monitor, and then I'll go to the monitor and actually show the list. The list. This was our list, and the list has gotten a little bit bigger. Oop. So let's move that over here. And I will run down the list. Do I need to run down what we did yesterday? No, I will show that once I open up the construct and the project itself. So right now, this list is not based on like the priority. Because the way that I kind of like, I've sent them ideas on what is like important to do right now. But let's just go over the list of so far what I think we need to do. And this is just the beginning because this list will be bigger and bigger. But I think a couple things that are just like listed here are kind of important to do soonish. That's the like the cooldown. Figure out like the cooldown for the primary and secondary item that you have selected. Yesterday we messed around with the projectile, and I do think yesterday I did the like the diagonal movement, but we don't have like diagonal for the projectiles, and I am still not sure if I want to have that diagonal movement. That's just very important, like for what type of game it's gonna end up. It's gonna be, yeah, what type of game it's gonna be. To me, the weird thing is like in Zelda Link to the Past, there's diagonal movement, but it's not like you could shoot the arrow in a diagonal direction. That's just like 4 ways, like up, down, left, and right. So I might leave it as is right now, diagonal movement, but no diagonal projectile firing. I think I will leave it as is because that's how it's set up in Link to the Past. But you know, like all this stuff, we're not working on the combat thing, and we only need the projectiles just to test out like damage stuff, and so that we can like use arrows and whatever. There's a small thing that I want to build, is that the control state. Yesterday we worked on like the control state and being able to change that on the fly, so that we have like menu controls and also for the player controls. And there's some I might forget to talk about it, but I just want to show pros for current setup. I might show something why it's set up and what that enables us to do, because I think with this project and how it kind of feels like we're using that Zelda as a foundation just to build, to start with that as the design, just nothing specific, but just like, okay, those are just some general functions and systems that you kind of need or that are needed for Zelda. But I think it slowly it will probably start to become its own thing. And I kind of love that we don't have a team. I do have some teams, some settings like, okay, what is this game actually gonna turn into? But I just don't know anything specific about like how the combat is gonna work and how like the enemies and all the other things that you can do. But I kind of like the idea with this project is just to see where it lands and see like, oh, this actually might be interesting to implement and just try it out. Just go with the flow, kind of go with the flow and emergent, kind of like that. But yeah, for the enemy, we at some point I will keep postponing this, but at some point we do need to make something like behaviors and that like an enemy has like different kind of states based on the enemy type, states based on enemy type, and we might add this list of like several states that we need, just something like attack, idle, search. Maybe like run away or defend. We will see. But we need some behaviors and we do need some states for that. Yesterday we made the control states, and that was actually also for like the menu. And what we need to do is there are a couple ways how to build a menu. We could just place it on the layout, like start new game, continue. And options and exit. We could just place those, or we could make those automatically based on a list. And then, once we have like the menu navigation, have that work a little bit more automatically. That would require more work. But if you make it automatically, it would be easier to add new options in the menus. But we do need to make some list, and we maybe that's one of the things that will happen today, like the menu stuff, because we do want to work on the inventory, like determine, and we need to determine like the item locations, like how do we get that? We could do this automatically, but I think for the inventory itself, we will build a list and just say, okay, the bow is sword is item number 1, bow is this, shield is that, if we use that, but just like, for example, and have like an inventory kind of like Link to the Past, items that you can select and non-selectable items, but I do think those should fit in a different category. And in the end, in the UI design, it should be clear, like, hey, these are just selectable items, and these are items that you don't need to select, like a key. We need, in the UI show, like, hey, you got these keys, but you don't necessarily have to select a key to actually use the key. Keys will be, in my mind, just used automatically, but we need to make something like, okay, these are selectable items, and we need to be able to select rows and columns. And it's going to be tricky if that's automatically. We could do it, but let's just see how that goes. But yeah, inventory and menu, those are important. Again, the save states, I want to have like 3 save slots, and quick save and quick load based on like this Construct 2 save. There's something in Construct 2 that will enable that. Might be super finicky, never really used it. And I do want to save game data to into a string, and I think that's gonna be JSON into maybe like a save game dictionary, and that will be saved somewhere else. Then I talked about the map. Not gonna go into detail about that, because for the map we need more layouts. We need to actually make that grid system, that 8x8 for each area, to actually make that. But I think we have like different areas, and I think that you will get a detailed map for each specific area, and we might make something like a global map where it just kind of shows you like, oh, you're in this area, and then you can zoom in to actually see the detailed area. And what I do want to try out is the make the ability to place markers on a map. That's kind of cool. Shouldn't be that difficult. Maybe it would be good to have some sort of like indication of for the player, like where to go to. But yeah, like the map, these are just, that would be cool to do, but the map is not on the list right now. We are missing a couple of things to actually to properly do that. For the dungeon, it's the same deal, map, but that map will work differently than this, and I want to have like different levels. I think I will just remove like elevation, because elevation sounds more that within on a map you have like different heights, and that's not what we're gonna build. With levels, I would just say like, okay, you start in a dungeon just in the middle ground, and maybe you have like a basement and layers up on top of that, kind of like the Zelda thing. But this map will work definitely work different than the overall map. Boss, that's gonna be kind of the same as the enemy stuff. But I do think we will end up with individual boss event sheets, or have like a mix between universal stuff and event sheets. Puzzle, just a box. That's it. So that's a bit of a longer list. So I need to. Well, I don't think I'm gonna mess around with the. We could start with the cooldowns for the primary and secondary, and then move just to get in the flow for now, and then either the inventory or the menu. Let's show what we have right now, because that's also important. Let's just let's just go into the debug to show a couple things. Inventory. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oof. There we go. So where's the player? There's the player. That's a red square. We might need to, well, for funsies, I don't like the red square. We need to make something that makes it a little bit more clear that that's the player. But these are some items that you can that we can pick up. We have an empty key here that might be an item called money, which is not currently in the item list. So that's why that's bugged. But we can pick up items like the bomb and the key and all that stuff. Now we have like an enemy that we can destroy. Oh, right. Okay, I already see a thing that we need to fix. And that's... this is interesting. I didn't even notice that yesterday. But this is an interesting thing. With how it's set up right now, if I press up and shoot, I shoot up. If I walk up and I stand still, it shoots to the right. That happens because we set the directional up and down to none, so it doesn't know the direction anymore. So we actually need to make another one that's the last direction up and down and the last direction left and right, so that we base our last direction on that instead of this. This right here. that's important for the shooting. So let's just add that to the list. Let's make one for the player, because we're definitely not done with the player. Last direction, up, down, and then left and right. There you go. It's good to have a list. So we can shoot. That's just the bow item. Currently we have the bow already on the primary slot. But now, see, the nice thing would be to make the inventory to actually see the bow, to select the bow, and then we're able to see which item we have on the primary and the secondary, and that we can select it. Maybe that should just go here, show selected primary and secondary on UI, and we will just do that with text, and maybe also show ammo count. And ammo count is gonna be a tricky one, but it's not gonna be a tricky one. It's more like, okay, do you have different types of ammo for like guns and whatever? So these are 2 spawn points. We did that yesterday because we will have like an area. How it's gonna be set up is that once you save and you load that save, you won't load into the area in the exact location where you were. You missed the briefing cast of a meeting. What's the plan for today? I think I need to start with making the inventory. First, make the menu just a tiny bit, that we can select exit game and continue, or new game, just so that we can select something and that works. And from there on, make the inventory so that we can select items. And that we can see like item count or something like that. I think just a menu. I think we're gonna make that automatically like dynamic based on a list. And then from there make the inventory, and we will see like how far we will get, because I think like making the menu and the inventory, it's UI stuff, always very tricky. It takes a lot of time for it to work properly, but we need to tackle that. We can't postpone that too long. It's kind of boring maybe to watch because it's not actually part of the game. But if you ask me, it is part of the game, because it's very important like how that actually works, and you know, for the flow in the game. It's kind of boring to build because it takes a lot of time and attention and testing. But yeah, it is just important. We can't postpone it anymore. We can't postpone it anymore. So we do have like the area transition and then an item, and then we go here and then we spawn on the right, and that's basically it. So let's just go to the main menu. Where is the main menu layout? See, the bigger this project, there it is. The bigger this project, the more I need to like make sure that nothing is like messed up. Or the more that is in there, it's harder to you know, keep it clean, because I kind of want to have like the event sheets open, but at some point we also need to maybe close down a couple of things. So now the big question is like, we got the main menu, and what I want to do, what I want to do. I'm just gonna do this. Is it a new object? Nope. That's a lie. Menu. Just gonna make a menu, and I do think I want to have this sprite. Do I want to have this sprite? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. What I'm gonna do is go to setup. go to setup, because we place all the important stuff like that we need in here. And instead of like dictionary, we're gonna use the XML again. Yes. If you have watched the prior streams, you know I'm a big fan of using XML stuff for construct to set up stuff, and it's very useful in my opinion. Menu stuff. That's a good comment. So let's just do menu, and what I want to do. Yes. We got a menu here. Let's just, because we do need that, we need a sprite font. I'm just gonna place it there. It's black, that's fine. We'll import our own font in here later. And what I need to do is font for the menu. I need to be careful that I don't import like too many fonts. And maybe that shouldn't be on the object layout, so we're just gonna build another one. Don't edit event sheet, do not delete. Menu UI. I will probably rename that later, but we need that here. I'm setting some stuff up because I think I know how I'm gonna build it. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. There you go, big as layout. Let's change the color of this background to a nice gray so that we can actually see the text. Let's move that sprite over there. And we do have this layer. Let's call it BG, and then let's call this menu. And let's start with something simple. We need to set some stuff up and actually see how it works, and I think it will become clear like what my end goal is with the stuff that I'm doing right now. Again, what I said, like making menus, UI stuff is super tricky, man. It's just super tricky. It's hella tricky. Especially if you do it like this. See, we could do this, right? We could do this, like say menu and then have the text here, start, you know, and then have another one. No, what did I do? Have like one here, start, and then options, and then continue, and then give those numbers, right? That's what you could do. That's what you could do, but we're not insane. So menu, would it be wise to say main menu? Because this list that I'm making is for the main menu. Or would it be better to say let's just main. Let's just do main. We can change that. We can change that. We can change that. And let's just say entry, because that's what I want. I could also say list, option. Let's just say entry. ID is, and that's the only thing that I might need. Yeah, maybe call just for the numbers. And name. just to show you what this is just to show you. This is a basic setup. Again, there's a lot of stuff that I need to keep track of with this. It's gonna work out. Trust me. So we get like a start option. Options. And exit. Those are like the 3 options, right? So we have like a menu, and it would be wise to maybe call this actually based on the layout. That's gonna bite us in the ass. That's for sure. And what I might want to do is we could do this X and Y, and then maybe 64 and 64. It will become clear why. And now let's edit this event. Let's disable this one. And what I want to do, will we have more fonts? Yes. So let's just make a family for the fonts. And now you might wonder, why do you want more fonts? I will tell you why. We need, I think I need a family for the fonts. I can move this a little bit lower. There we go. We need a family for the fonts, or don't necessarily. Well, no, it's good to have a family fonts because we need. Not every font will support every language. For example, if we have why is the camera bugging out? Because of the reflection, maybe. For example, for whatever reason, we might have like language support for other languages besides like Dutch and English. Let's say Japanese. That means that this font that we have here doesn't have like the hiragana and a katakana, so we need to load in a different sprite font that actually supports that. And we somehow somewhere in the system we need to build that functionality to actually load in a different type of font, and that's why we need to put it in a family, because we will spawn the font again, not directly, but in the end with a kind of like a, not directly, but you know, we need to have like a couple steps in there and then actually do it, then actually you know, place it on the layout. But that's for later. For now, we're loading that. That's all good. And once that is done, I'm just gonna call a function. Menu. Create. Just gonna do that. Hey, Stroonkabel. Thanks for the sub. And let's put on some music. There you go. 11 months, man. That's crazy. Almost a year. Almost a year. Let's we can move back here because I'm not dealing with the fonts anymore. I just made this right here. That's the thing that you missed. I was too excited about the fonts and the menu stuff. Almost a year. That's kind of correct, because last year around this time I started with the streaming again. So almost a year. Congratulations. That's a long time. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Let's just do that. And then there's a Chimkin in the chat. Love it. menu, and at some point I will. I should not do that. I should not do that. Maybe just put it in ini, but I kind of like doing this and then actually after that do the thing that I need to do. But to me, this also just always like kind of indicates like this is the first thing that you need to do, because if you don't do this, you fucked up. For building the menu, we do need to load the XML, and this might not work because this will go too fast. Good, that's a good comment. That's a good comment. I. That's the thing. Good comment. I remember that I needed to build an integer, a local local number called I. Good. Maybe that needs to go to static, and what I want to do here is set value to I to 0. And you may, why? And the way how I make the menu now is also how I do it to some extent in Horizon Danger. Horizon Danger menu is like super complicated. I won't go over it in detail, but this is kind of like how I build menus, and in the end it's gonna be, you will see why I do it like this. It's gonna be fun. Whenever I boot up like that project and I look at it, I'm like, I don't know how I built this. It's something that I rebuilt a couple years ago because the first setup was just like mayhem, and now there's some logic behind it, but it takes a while to actually get into it. That's the best kind of project, oh for sure, yeah. It always takes a while. That is always like why I have like a big problem to get back into it after a while, because it, like, oh my god, even like the menu, like, oh, I need to check everything again. Even with comments, I started doing like a better job with comments and actually explain to myself, hey, listen up, idiot. This is why you do this, and this is called from here. Just so you know, so you don't have to search. This is just called from there, and where it's called from, I also say the thing that you're calling there. Well, that's in that event sheet. Just so you know. Opening after a while, not understanding what the hell you were thinking by then. Always, yeah. And sometimes there's something listed in there and you're like, is it actually doing something? And you mess around with it, you're like, no, I don't need it. But you don't delete it. You don't delete it. Because it's working. So, after this, I will call create, and again this is just to show what is gonna happen. Yes, I'll do an X and Y here as well. I don't care, leave me alone. If it works, don't mess with it. Indeed. So we set it to 0. We need that after this bit. That might also be set here, but you know, this is just setting it up so that everything is like okay. The X and Y is gonna be the position of where the menu is gonna end up, and then create. Again, I need to cheat and copy these, because I just need them for here as well. Because yes, we're gonna use the XML that I just created, and for this one, let's not forget that I need the other XML file instead of these. So let's just change those to the setup, because we have the menu stuff in setup, and it's menu, and then actually the layout name. That is gonna. I don't like that. I don't like it because we might have like on the main menu a different kind of menu. So we need to actually say, let's just say initialize. And in this instance, we're going to say the layout name. Because this is just saying, hey, listen up, we're going to build a menu, and the menu that I need right now, well, in this instance, is just layout name, main menu. That's the one that we would need. And that's gonna work out here. So for each setup item menu, we could remove that, but we might have like different menus. I don't want to use this. I want to use an ID to specify which menu I'm actually using. What would you? And I want to keep all the menu stuff like within these within this, but I don't want to use this. I want to use an ID to specify which menu it is. Maybe I could just say type, the type of menu, ID, and that, and then we have different entries within that menu. Good. That works out, because here we could say, well, this is basically the same setup that I'm actually doing right now. So let's just pull that up and change this one. Setup, menu, type, ID, and then function punt param 1. And then we will get like the for each entry. And I think I can disable this one. And what I want to do, XML data, let's just select these and change that to the XML setup. Let's save. So it should say the IDs, just for debugging, ID and also the name. So we have ID and add name. Menu entry. We will remove this in a second, but first we need to test this out if this is working. Yup. We don't need this one. So once we boot it up, it's not gonna load. It will initialize the main menu. That's the menu that we want to get, because we boot up the main menu, and I just want to populate the menu with the stuff that's in main menu, and that's the type is the main menu. So we call initialize, we set everything to 0. It's already 0, but just for precaution, because this might not be the first time that we build it, and this might already store some values from like another menu that we built. So we need to set it to 0, and then once that is done, actually do create, and from here we need to send in or send along that function param as well. So we main menu poop comes here, main menu, and then poop create main menu entry, poop that out from setup. It's always nice that there's so much. That's the menu. Please show something. I think it did. No, did it? It might not have done it because of the thing that I said before, that it might go too fast, and it actually didn't load in properly that stuff here. So just for testing, I'm gonna build a wait here. Again, the wait is not what you want to do. But yeah, there you go. Let's clear that and do it again. 0 start. One of them is empty. I don't know why. But 0 start. That's actually correct. 1 in options and 2 in exit. I don't know what those empties are. The name, ID. The node is empty. I need to do this. 0 start, 1 options, 2 in exit. Please follow along. Very important. So that's working. We don't necessarily need the node right now. I know how the node works, and we always have the stuff that's on ES load for cheating. So from here we do know what it is. So system set value x to that, y to that. Now let's pick this out, and that should be x, that should be y, x and y. That, but I will just test out browser log x just to see if it works. X or y should poop out 64. Let's press play. X 64, so that's working. The X and Y, I'm gonna use that to determine where the menu option should start from, like where it should be built from. Another thing that I would, what you could also do, if that's more like easier for you, or how I've also done it like in the past, is just make a sprite that's like invisible, and then just place it where you want to have the menu on the layout, and then just you know, say I'm gonna build from there, and then you know, based on that sprite location, the X and Y, say you know, set the data like these X and Y based on that. But again, maybe you want to build in the main menu a different menu that's on the right. That would also mean that you need another sprite on there. So I think this is kind of like a nice way to do it. But yeah, that it would be kind of obvious that every menu that you build is always in the same position. So you would always have to make sure that once you do this, you have the exact X and Y. But I kind of like it that you have that control over it, and it would be easy to fix, especially if you don't have like a ton of things in there. Right, so we do have that, so that is working. And now what we could do is create a menu. We got each entry, we got that. Create. Let's see if I can already do this. What I will do is call function called font. That's a bad name for a function. I'm just doing bad stuff over here. Create. We might do that. Let's just do this first. Let's just do system. create an object. That's gonna be yeah. I might wanna go already to this, because if I build that, I immediately would change it up. Create. Oh shit. No, that's system create font menu. Yes, I'm not selecting that one. It's gonna be on menu. The X and Y will probably send it along. Because this would probably say specify which font and language. And what I need to do is here instance, give it a number. We need a number on the family font, because we need to select that thing like later on. So we call a function create. I might be missing a step. We go over the list, we want to create a font, and then we do this. And what I want to do, I'll just do this for now. Do I need to do that? Well, you could also do create. We could create it, and that what I want to do is I want to create it and send back the UID, and once I get the UID, then actually change the settings of that font. This is a tricky one. This is a tricky one, because this is a tricky one. I need to think. Let's have a sip of tea. Font. No, that's the enemy. Font, pick by UID, and do this. Maybe that's how I could do it. Yes. That's gonna build one, and from here we will return a value. Will that work? Pick instance UID based on a font, and then we created a font over there. Will that work? Because it created there. Maybe? Let's test it out. So we can remove this. Font. Set position to X and Y, and a Y should be plus 16 times I. And that 16 should be, oh, that's probably fine. So X and then a Y based on the I, it does that. So for each entry, once you do this, we might settings, set value. No, not set value. Add to I1. And then we might end up with a list, but I don't think this is gonna work though. Because what's happening here is like we will pick a family font item on a layout based on the UID. But we will call a function instead of saying the UID, which one we're talking about. We actually call a function called font create. That function will actually create the thing that we want to select. And here we will just create a font menu on layer menu at that position. And then we return that UID. Just so that we can refer to this as family font, because we might end up with 10 type of fonts. But here we actually have a thing that will create a specific font, not based on the family, but just the font that we actually need. So we have something that's more that will work more like globally, instead of having to set up every font based on that font and a text. If that makes sense. And the other thing that we need to do is font here. So set text. Do this, and then I'll get this name. Did I make a number? Set value number to not the name, the ID. And that needs to be an int. Add one to I. No, that should be as a final option. Let's see if it actually does anything. That's always good. There you go. I'm actually kind of flabbergasted that it's working. That's kind of amazing. I created some text. I'm very happy with myself. I created some text. So let's actually check. So it sets a name, and we do need to work around on that. So start has the ID 0, 1, and 2. That's correct, right? That's correct. Whew, can't believe it. Can't believe it. What I do want to change is maybe change the height based on the family font dot height. And we do need to set up the or you've earned a singular clap. Thank you. Dude, this is already mind-blowing. Listen, man, UI stuff. I know in Unity it does everything like in a that's a nice thing in Unity. If you make like a menu, you don't have to necessarily do like the select stuff. But yeah, even in Unity, it's very complicated. And there's gonna be some there might be some complicated things and more cool things as well. Like it could be cool if we're gonna do like a deep dive, because based on this menu, man, UI menu stuff is tricky as hell. At some point, when we have something like options, and just for example, you have the option for like the difficulty setting, right? Like the easy, medium, hard. What we could do, just to show kind of like how what we kind of want to have in the end options. Or see, even in options we will probably get different kind of settings, but one of the things that we might build at some point is something like a sub option for that thing, where we have no, not necessarily want to do that, but where you have this entry and then call it difficulty, and then have a row. Let's call it a row of like a easy, medium, hard. And here's the tricky part: is you make this menu, and that option should be on the right, where you can like select the easy, medium, hard. But we need to get that data from somewhere else. But also we will have that here, but we need to build something like also for the right side, because those options will be placed in a different font on the right side, and those need to be. You also need to scroll through those, and that stuff that will break your brain. That will kind of break your brain if you don't have like, if you have like little experience with that stuff. It will break your brain. It will break your brain. But this is something that we might work towards too. Right now, I'm not gonna mess around with the options. I might even build that off stream, because that's just gonna be. I need to be in the zone for that. And again, did I mention that Horizon Age is a local multiplayer game, and you need to build menu stuff for 4 players? It's fun. So what we need now, because this is just a font, right? And the height was actually not working. Did I mess around with the skill? No, we need to character height. It needs to be based on the character height, not just the height itself, because this will just set the height to the height. But I want to have like the character height, and at some point take scaling into account for the height and width. Because if we use a different scaling, we need to like multiply that by the scaling that we have. And I think that's just a matter of times the scaling times font dot character skill. I think that should actually fix it. We could quickly test it out and see if that was it. And the scaling would also mean the 16 that we use right now should also take that scaling into account, so that you have like a nice menu with enough white space in between, and it's not like so close together. But yeah, now it's kind of nice, and we could change the width, but that was just to show it. Let's just see if it's actually working with the scaling. So if we do 1.5, it should be a little bit smaller right now. Yeah, it should be smaller, and also the width of that hitbox should be smaller. Yeah, so the scaling actually works. That's nice. Start, options, exit. Let's just leave it for now, like this. Especially with the spacing, it's a kind of readable. Yeah, let's leave it for now. Let's leave it for now. What we do need to build, just a side note, I don't think we will do that. But if you want to have the menu, if you select something and you want to have the menu to move to the right, if you have selected that option to indicate, hey, you selected this. If you want to build something like that, you could say store the X and Y value in that family of the font, so that you like move it away, but you always know the original position, so it can move back again to that position. So you could make the X and Y like in here as well. or you could pull it in, but I would, you know, add an X and Y variable on that font so you can return to the original position. So another thing that we're gonna add though, but something that we might not mess around with right now, but just to actually do it, just so that we have it. Or I will just show it so that we actually already have it, because it's an important thing. Because now we're setting the see, an important thing right now, just so you know, we have start, options, and exit, but maybe we want to be able to switch between English and Dutch, and we're not going to build a whole new list for this, right? But we need to do something like, okay, it is start, but actually you need to put this in there, like this. It should actually be called like this. You know what I love? Free high quality nature assets. Just got a new compatible tree library that's 5 gigs. Love it. Even if it's free. Is it free? Is it with the common Creative Commons stuff? Is it free for commercial use? That's important to know though. What I will do is one called I'm gonna make a new variable called action and then the text, so that we do know which what type of action that, what the font actually is, you know. No, that's wrong. I need the name. That might be a little bit confusing right now that I use name and then action. I will keep it as name. But this text, that the text needs to be set in a different way. Menu type. Language? Is that too long? This is just a show. Is this just a show? Yes. Because otherwise we need to translate everything if we actually want to have everything work, and otherwise it's not gonna. So I will just show you like how I do this stuff. So type ID. Do I actually need to make it? Do I need to make this whole thing to actually show like what you could do with this? I don't think so. No, I don't think I need to do that. But for now, we don't have like a ton of menu options, so let's just build it. And then exit. And this might be, with this one though, like how I do this, that might not even be like an optimal way to do it, but I don't know another way. I don't know another way to do this. And just to show you. Normally I would probably place this language stuff in a whole different Excel, or have yeah, so the way we're gonna build this is gonna be placed in a different XML, and maybe have different XML for all the languages that we have. Why would you build that in a different XML? So that you can load in the proper XML based on the language that's selected, and then you call that. So if English is selected from the start, you load in an XML called language XML, or I don't know, script, whatever. And that's where all this stuff is located. The nice thing is to have that in a separate XML, so that I have a language Dutch, language English, and all that in separated files, so that I can, if someone needs to translate it, I can send that XML to them, or make, you know, custom like editor for that stuff. But it's kind of important to have those things separated, because I'm not gonna send everything to a single person that's gonna translate like the proper way to call this stuff, right? It should be separated, and that's also kind of nice to have everything separated, because then you can add more languages later on. And I don't know, that's just how I would do it. But for now, I'm just gonna show this like how you could do it. But yeah, you would end up with more XMLs in the end. So this is the basic setup. Once we do like a separate XML, it would just be a matter of making a new XML, add it, and change a small line of code. I think Stroomkabel is a Gumroad thing, so you can choose how much you want to pay for it. Comments underneath the package says it's open for commercial use. Right. That's kind of nice. I never know when it's asking like, just pay what you want. I will always feel bad about like putting in like a low number, because for me it's always, I kind of want to test it out first and see if it's like worth the money. Like it seems worth the money, but I want to try it out. So you kind of like lowball it. It's always tricky. I don't know. But pay the people though. Pay the people for work. Try it out and then donate later. Right? What were we doing? English, Dutch. That's the language. Well, translating this to Dutch is very difficult. Opties. Would we do exit or sluitspel? That's very nice. Sluitspel. Love it. Start. Begin. This is just to showcase it. Begin. Sluit. No, I'm not going to even say sluitspel. Just sluit. Beginspel. We will do beginspel, but I need to add a comment here. The scaling already did it. Change width based on len font times font width. I think the len is for for counting the amount of characters in a string. I always need a cheat thingy for that. So yes, that means we do need setup. Language. English. That's fine. Language, English, game data. Feels good. Because language might be separate based on the game save. Language font. Nope. I don't think we need. I don't necessarily think we need a different thing for that. I'll just duplicate this one, disable this one, and then from here call function.call font translate. And I need to add another thing there. That's actually this thing here. So we call font translate and then actually the name, the thing that we need to translate. And then we will send a value back. And what we need to do, that's gonna be in data. No, in setup. Let's do this. Do this. That's gonna be language. That's gonna fuck us up. Let's just type it out full. Again, this is kind of to show. This is just basic. This is kind of also show like how you could do it, and this is probably how we're gonna do it. But I do firmly believe that I'm sort of leaning towards, and don't ask me why, that we're gonna try and minimize the amount of text in this game. So this might all be a little bit like too much, but this is kind of also to show like, hey, you could, I do it like this, and maybe you can use this. So we have English and Dutch, and now we have a key in a dictionary called language. I feel like I'm done with my photoshopping. I painted out a bunch of cars and Street Style finally made a final render. Congratulations. Did you add a deadline for today for that stuff, or? I need to cheat. I might have to use this. Return a value. From that XML, setup, language. With a type ID of big game data dot get language, and then oh my god, there needs to be something else added to this. Let's just save this and let's copy and paste and work from there. Some people don't necessarily know, but I have a review meeting around 4 PM. Just wanted to show them something. That's cool. We need to select based on the ID as well, and that's the need to disable that one. 1001. Pound 1 is one needs to be translated. The thing that needs to be translated, just for now. Let's see, where do I put in the type ID, and now we need entry as well, and now I need to carefully look. I think I could. Where do I need to place that? I have a feeling I should do this and an entry and change that to I know, man. Maybe this works. Poo poo. No, that's not gonna work. I already know it's not gonna work. Because we do need whatever we wrote down in the note. That's a very odd way to start a game. Poo-poo, yes. Poo-poo. It's very memey. It's gonna be a very memey game. You just hear farts with every time when you click on something. Poo-poo. There you go. Where's construct? You're digging that idea? It's still open. It's still open for debate on what it's gonna turn into. Let's just disable that one because that might work. And do I need to do a slash there and then note? Just look at this, man. Look at this line. I know it's very complicated, but see that's why. Just imagine, like, that's why I always have when I like look at how I set up like menu stuff. Just see this and all the loops, the hoops that you need to jump through to actually have like a proper font. When I look at this, I'm like, what? Wow, this goes there and that goes there, and then it gets translated, and then it actually selects like a different kind of font. Stromkabel, do you have an idea for the main character yet? Thinking of Karen. I do have some ideas for a team, and there are 3 teams, and I'm thinking in my mind. I'm still thinking about how I'm gonna decide a team. Maybe I will actually, I was thinking, I'm not saying that I'm gonna do it, because often I'm just thinking it, just rambling. Doesn't mean that I'm gonna do it. But I was thinking maybe I need to make some concept art. Just some small drawings of like, oh, I'm thinking about this. Have some music with it. Or either this team, and it's gonna look like this, with this kind of music, and maybe another option, but maybe make some like small drawings just to show, well, we could go in this direction, or this direction. That might be fun. Or I will just pick something out. That is also like easy. So now I have to translate, and that might work. I don't think it works. It works. It says poo poo. There you go. It's fantastic. Poo poo. Poop. Fart. I know. Listen, it's almost weekend. Let me have this one. It's almost weekend. Now I need to translate it back though. Start. Options. Exit. See, because of me joking, I have more work. So you're thinking of Stromkabel is thinking of a Karen, and she needs to fight the CEO manager as the final boss. No, that's just too. I don't know. I'm not feeling that. I'm not putting all this work in it just for that. Too much. You could look at a video online on YouTube and have the same experience. So if we change the language to Dutch, it should now get this. Begin, opties, sluit. Love it. It's fantastic. See, the idea of a Karen. Listen. If you're gonna make a game like that and you wanna have that topic, I think you need to switch. You need to switch it around, right? It's gonna be a Metal Gear Solid type of game, top down, where you're the manager of a supermarket or kind of different stores. Maybe that's like the difficulty setting. Coffee shop, supermarket, and something like a Best Buy, like a big place, and it's gonna be Metal Gear. You need to do your job, right? You have your like your general tasks, like help customers or not. But there are a couple of Karens walking around, and you need to avoid them while you do your job. So it's kind of like a sneaking mission, and you need to survive the day without, you know, having to deal with those type of customers. That I would agree with something like that. But then we need to rebuild some stuff, and that's not what we're gonna do. But I would take it from another perspective, just trying to avoid, kind of like just kind of like as if a supermarket is overrun by zombies, but you try to avoid different kind of people. That is what I would do. Yes, Metal Gear top down. Right. So just to show, see, for the menu now, we do have this. So if we were to add something, we do have to do this, but we will never have like a menu that's like super big or something. What we do want to do though is start. I don't think we will have like a continue, but this is just kind of, see, now it's not translated, so you need to know, well, if I'm gonna add something, you just need to constantly do like the translation stuff. So I think for now we will disable this function. We just have it there for when we actually do need it. Or we could build for now a thing where stuff that is not translated will just send back the original key. But that's gonna be an hassle. And for now, we're not gonna build more menu options. We will just leave it as is. So I'll just remove that one again. But yeah, that was kind of to indicate like how easy it will be to add new stuff to the menu. With the language stuff, yes, you do need to translate everything, or you just need to add it to the list, or build something like that. Checks like, does that key exist? I think you could do this, or else that, and then that, and then that. So here we will check if it's like that, if there's nothing there, or else we will actually send back that value. I might like it more if it's not equal to that, and then have this, and then have that. So let's test this out again. Let's just have one below here. Having the IDs in there, it might not be really needed. Do we actually compare the... we don't even use it somewhere, right? Just to set the number. But that could also be simply based on the ID, so we don't even need this. Let's test out the one thing first that we just built. Didn't I? Oh, right. So exit. Why is it saying exit? Did I just... well... So now we would have like one option that's like lowercase, which is kind of nice. So we know if it's lowercase that it has not been translated yet. and we need to do that. We might add what if we do like an exclamation mark just to show continue, just to indicate. That's kind of nice to have something like that. Let's just test out like brackets and have like a T in it for translate. Yeah, so whenever we see an option that has like the T in the brackets, we know we still need to put that into the language XML to translate that thing. Kind of nice. Good for debugging. The ID stuff is kind of bothering me because what if we build a continue based on the last save, but the continue shouldn't always be there? So that's kind of complicate things. I don't think we need the ID. What I will do is just copy that and do this and set the number to I, because that should also work because we have the I here. Let's see if there's the font has like the correct IDs 0, 1 and 2, so we don't even use it. So if we don't use it, why do we need it? So let's just have the IDs as the name, and then we could use something there. So difficulty ID, then this need to be ID. And that's the language stuff, so it should all still work right now. Yeah, so I can actually remove name. And I'm sure that we will add some more stuff to this later. For example, with the like the sub options that we have. Why is it doing this? Is this correct? There you go. Save, test, good. Now what we need to do, because this is just creating the font, this is not a menu yet. You sent the final image, by the way, the quality improvement is quite noticeable. Let's see. Yeah, that looks better. Let's see, compared. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Let's remove this. Let's keep that in there. The other thing that I need, is there another thing that I need? I can just disable these. Doesn't really matter that something is like being put out to the console, but that might be annoying if we test out or need to check the console later on. I need to have. Am I gonna store that in there? Yes, we're gonna build a new. We're gonna build a new dictionary. Do I want the language in that new one? Yes. Why am I doing this? Because the game data should just contain only data. That dictionary should only contain data that's for the game itself. The language is part of the game, but the language is something that we said in the actual, like, the menu, and we need to keep track of like which menu option that we have selected, and that's not necessarily something for the game itself. So we need to like differentiate those two things together, just so that it's kind of clear, especially like also in debugging, so we don't have like a full list of all the things that are like game and more like on a system level. Let's call it system level. I don't know. So let's just add, well, we might just use this one because we could delete it. Sysdata. So we have like a new dictionary called sysdata, and that means that we do need to go into this one. We need to go in this one. Yes. System data. And then we do this. We can basically copy and paste this here. Do this here. See, look, it's gonna be like a constant like back and forth, like, okay, we should actually do this now and then actually do that. In the end, we will have like a menu, but for me, yeah, it's gonna be like the back and forth, and sometimes I will just go like a complete different direction than actually what we were working on. But to me, what you can already see happening right now is that it's becoming like more and more complicated. We have like more and more functions because, yeah, I keep building more functions, but we need to be sure that at some point that is not too much and that like the readability is like super low, and that we need to change like a ton of shit later on because we fucked up like in the beginning. So that's why I'm trying to, maybe I'm very busy right now with like damage control, just to make sure that we don't fuck it up. It's very important to not fuck it up. It's very important to not fuck it up, because the system data that will probably that will contain also that's gonna contain some other things. The language, I think, yeah, maybe the language could also be on the game. We might, yes. Shit, yes, this is fine. XML setup for each, like the sysdata is there. XML string key value, that should be fine, and this needs to be changed into the actual dictionary that we use. Because I need to keep track. Listen, I need to keep track of like which option you have selected, and I don't see any reason to store that in that dictionary. Just the number position of like you're in menu 0, 1, 2, and 3. Yes, we could create like a global variable for that, but I also want to ignore that stuff and not do that, right? I want to keep that stuff in a dictionary because I don't wanna do that in here. It's easy as that. And we need to, I think for like the menu stuff, we need to select more or store more stuff on the go. And that shouldn't be, that stuff is totally not for like the game data. Yes. Menu, location. It's gonna have a value of 0 in the beginning. Do I need to change anything else here? We will, at the setup is complete, we will call dictionary build system data. We will do that. That's this. And then we will have like a key called language and menu location. And because we removed the menu stuff, no, that's the main game. I need the main menu. I need to change this one to system data, and that's basically it. Language. If I do this, we see 2 more keys in the sysdata dictionary, and everything else should still work. Let's see. 2 keys, menu location 0. That's all fine. You might wonder, or you might actually see, like, why do you use these naming conventions for in construct? It's not necessarily something that I would do in Unity, but I'm doing it here. That's basically because of how the inspector works. This will show everything in the inspector later on, like all the sprites, all the dictionaries, all the arrays that we used, everything that's like imported in construct or is made in construct will show in the inspector. And you just need to imagine if you have like a lot of enemy sprites and all the like item sprites, you get like this huge list where you have to scroll to. So I'm just doing this just to, well, for readability again, and also that everything is just located in the same place, and that I know all of my family objects are in a row. Because if I wouldn't do that, if I would call like enemy family, then I would have to go to E and scroll and search for it. And here it's just this will become easier to keep track of everything else. That's why I kind of keep this like naming convention of family and dictionary. It's not probably how I would do it in Unity, but I do it for here mainly for the inspector, and also, well, it looks kind of clean. So now the thing is what I need to do. So we gave it a number. Let's go to the main menu, and what is important here is that in the menu, I think it's important, is that I set the key of menu location to 0. That's why I have the initialize to reset the menu. So a menu is built, and that means we will always, when you build a menu, you got to a new layout or you selected an option that will create like a new list of menu options. You will probably always end up on the first option. Yes, unless you might have a menu, like a deeper menu, like you select something from a list and you go there and you go back again and you get that like last selected option, like the previous selected option, so you end up like in an obvious place. Yes, so from here I will just set it to 0, because so that we end up on the top whenever a new menu is being built. And now we need to test something out. That's actually our control scheme. Because are we setting that on start we changed it to player, but just to make sure, once we're here we set it to the control setup to menu, because we're in a main menu, just to make sure that is okay. We might place this later on in like a different in a different place. Are we setting up the player? And quickly need to check. I hate this song. I think I said yesterday the same thing. It's weird in Spotify how you can't ignore songs or remove songs from someone else's playlist. Or just like, hey, this song, don't listen to it. Just skip it, please. I wish I had the ability to do that. Please, Spotify. I think it's only doable when you have like a more expensive Spotify account. Why? Before I continue, I need to check. Just make a playlist of your own. Well, this is an easy playlist because this is a royalty-free lo-fi playlist, and it contains a ton of songs. And I'm not gonna do that. Does it still recommend me Scaffa? No, that's a shame. It recommended a podcast yesterday to me that was called Scaffa. I don't know why. Control setup, change player. A podcast, yeah. I don't know. Main game. Yes, I do set the controls. So here, change menu. So we have the menu controls. Go over here. Control menu. We do have this. A number one podcast of CMD. No, the entire world. Oh, definitely. Control menu. Ooh. Am I gonna do it like that? For testing, yes. There we go. So that's gonna be wonky. We will change that. As always. I need to make a counter for whenever I say we'll change it later. Said the same thing yesterday, I know. So if we press up, does it change the menu location? Press up and then down. Right. So that works. You know, it's just changing a value, but that's gonna tie in to determine which option that we have selected. And this will probably call a different type of function for the up and down based on what we're doing. Menu. Menu action. I don't know. We might need something like that. Love it that that for the stream it's about making a game, and I think since yesterday we haven't actually touched much for the game itself. And for now that we're just building a menu, so whoever comes in here and is like, why this is about making a game, right? Yeah, this is part of it. Here's the reality. This is a part of it. It is what it is. Make a game is more than just a shooty shooty bang bang. What? It was a lie. They said it was fun. It's all about reloading. Active reload. Let's think. Because yesterday I was already thinking like what I didn't want to do for the controls is that this actually calls a new function, but I think we will do that. Because this is bothering the hell out of me having control menu, and I know this is a function and actually this stuff should be done there, but I do need to call specific menu things within the menu that is not just that, you know. So let's just call something navigate. Let's call a navigate, and then let's call a up and down. So that is how we do have everything that's concerning the menu and in the menu function instead of having that in the controls. Because maybe a different kind of control will also navigate a menu, and now we have a singular thing. So I'm just gonna move that here and move that one here, and we might have to use stuff that's actually here, like in one of the local static numbers. So from here, function, call function, menu, navigate, up and down, and then we might be able to, if needed, send along more info here, and this is kind of like clear to do, clear to see, and this is gonna be navigate left and right. Like the navigate left and right, I think we will keep those for example, selecting like the difficulty, like left and right, but that's gonna be something that once we select an option or are on an option that has that ability to select like left and right. Man, I'm glad that so far this is working. So one important part here is that we also need to have a check. You might know what's gonna happen in check. That is a check to see dictionary system data, compare value is less than that. Is that gonna work? Maybe. Or if it's greater than something, and that something is gonna be menu count, because we do need to count the menus, but we might test out if it's greater than I, because if corrected I, because we made it a static number, that we would keep that value, and we might actually check it out. Menu, do the debug, and then go to system. We might see it here. It says 3, so it's 0, 1, 3. if it's equal to I, because we're 0, 1, and 2, if it's equal to that, that one should be set to 0. And that one should be set to I minus 1. I think that's it. So that whenever we... I'm not a programmer. It's also always kind of weird. I don't feel like I'm a programmer. I don't feel like a programmer because I'm using Construct 2. I know some C# for Unity. Also definitely don't feel like a programmer in there, but I don't feel like a programmer because this is Construct 2. But this is kind of weird, right? Because in the beginning, people are kind of like set on the wrong foot by, oh, so you just say what's gonna happen? You just say press start and go to that layout, and oh, you have a behavior for that player. But I do feel like I'm programming right now, but not in the other languages, and it always feels a little bit weird to call yourself a programmer. But I do feel the same thing as if I was building this in scripts in Visual Studio, right? And this is just like a beginning. Like, you can't even go more in depth in this. Like, some people are doing some amazing stuff with Construct. But yeah, like, this is just more visual, but basically you're doing the same thing. You're doing the same thing. And yeah. So when we move up, we change that value. We actually do a check to see if it's below 0. Because if it's below 0, there's no option. There's no -1. That means we go to the back of the list, to the last option in the menu, so that we can scroll up and down, and that's it. And real coding is also visual. Yeah. With the blueprint, right? Blueprint? I think that's the one. But it's also quite challenging to make stuff work. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you could keep this very simple. You wouldn't even you wouldn't. It's not required to build a menu like this. It's not required. You could do it in a completely different way and way easier. But I don't like that route. You can go with C++ if you want to, though. Yeah. So let's just check. This is not going to do anything in the menu, but let's just check if that value is changing like properly. So let's go to system data, and now we have. Didn't I put that like a value in there? That's fine. That needs to be 0, 0 just for now. So if I press up, so 0, I press up, so that's minus. So it puts us in 2, 1, 0. And if I press up, or S, that's going down a list. So 2, it will reset us to 0. And to visualize that, I am gonna make a wee little sprite. Menu location, and call it menu location. Do I need to? Let's do just for now. Call it UI menu location. Place it there. It definitely doesn't have to be that big. Let's just make it 16 by 16. That was the height of the text as well. Let's have 16 by 16 and make a small little arrow. That's gonna be a terrible arrow. Let's place it here. Is that in the middle? There you go. I hate this arrow. I hate it. Bloop. It's not in the middle. You know why? Because with 16 by 16 you don't have an uneven place. Look here, Mr. Sound. 3xplays. I usually use C#10 tag for coding. I like it that way. We know you like it that way. How are you doing, 3x Blast? I was lurking in your music composition stream. That was fun. I was lurking. I didn't say anything in the chat. I was just looking out the corner like, what's the 3x Blast doing? It was fun. Good song. I was enjoying myself. My likes are public and doing good. Good. So menu. So when we wait. Thanks. No problem. Was it a song for your new album? I might not do this. Let's just for now create an object. On menu and 00. It is, yeah, last song to make. Congratulations. And what do you need to do after you're done with that song? Do you need to master? Do you need to make like cool cover art? Well, what's the next step in that process? So yeah, we need that. And that should be placed during the creation. When we have this, that might be a little bit too much because this gonna be done a couple times. I think if I place it here, but we should not really notice it that much though. But I will do this at the X and Y. But I do need to change this to maybe -16. It's gonna look a little bit wonky, but that's fine. 3x Blast, I keep going through all the songs and mastering them, trying to make them sound more consistent in intensity. Cover art is being worked on at the moment. Once that is done, I'm gonna print a couple CDs to sell too. Hope to release end of next month. Cool. What's the if I am able to ask, what's the is there like a team? What's the concept? What's the concept of the album? That's a good way to ask that. Do you want to share what the concept is of the album? So next month, that's exciting. That's cool, man. I wouldn't be able to make it like an album. Holy shit, I must take a lot of work to make it like feel consistent and whatever. That's not something for me. So we create like an object to indicate for now which option we have selected. This might look a little bit off. I might have to adjust like the Y position as well. This is something that might be done here at the end. Set menu location sprite. Like set it based on whenever like this for each is done, everything is set up, and then it will do this. I hope that's gonna work out that. But then we have like to check, and there needs to be something else in here. That's actually navigate location. Yeah, that might be good. That might be good. And I could place it here. But you know what? I place it there, and I can actually remove this here because we always call the check in check, and once that is done, it actually sets the correct value. Then we call the location. location, I don't know if that's like a good name, but maybe something, it should actually more refer to, hey, this is the end, and now do your thing, set everything up so that's clear. 3x plus, there's no team like with the previous one, where it was about fun times in the early 2000s. It's just fun times and positive vibes in general type of album. How far along is a Zelda clone? I saw you're already a couple streams into it. Yeah, I can briefly show it. I was working on a menu because I'm just building like the menu stuff right now, and just so that we can select and start the game. I know, very exciting. And my goal is to also build like the inventory stuff so that we can select items. But for now, let's just take a small break. Let's not forget this. I need to do this. And maybe call the load there. Let's show. It's not that much, but it's getting there. Play. It's very exciting. We are the red square. We can move around. We have like an enemy spawner. We have spawn points that now we have like items that we can pick up. No audio yet. And we have like an just a projectile that's working kind of funky right now because we changed like the direction yesterday. But we are able to destroy like enemies and then have like an area transition to a new area where there's an item, and then from there we spawn like on the right side. There's like that's like a bow, and the thing is, if we go here and then go back again, that item is gone. These items there on the left should just be spawned when an enemy is killed or something is destructed, and that's basically it. And we have like an inventory dictionary that's keep tracks of a couple things. But yeah, we're building some stuff, and right now I'm just building the menu stuff so that after that we can make the inventory, and then from there decide what's the next thing. Yeah, so not that far along yet. But just building, focusing on building like the functionality that we need at some point anyway, and then actually focus more on the game after that. And now I'm building the menu stuff, which is that's just the whole stream probably. So we call the location, and from there, what we need to do. Nope. System. We need to pick the font, and I had a number is equal to, since they know that, get menu location. I think that's correct. So we pick that, and there we need to set just this little sprite here. We could do set position to another object and say, hey, set it to that object, but we need to adjust the position anyway to take into account like the off position, and just have the same that's like up there. But for testing, let's just do -16. And use the Y position of the font, and that we might have to change the like the hotspot of the font to, so that we don't have to necessarily make it line up very well. What's this notification? Come on, man. I see notification. Okay. Right. So let's just see if that sprite is working. Well, no, now it's not working though, because we did that. What a beautiful interface. Love it. Let's change the let's change something, because for the text the hotspot is on the top left. The arrow is the text. How large is the text? Oh, that's already fucking up. Do we want the text 8 by 8? No, let's do this. And what would be good? I never really like to have the hotspot in the center because we're mostly used on a grid, and I kind of like to use the same thing, like this is 0, 0, so we have that. So that means once we have that here, it needs to be offset by 16 to align. So let's place that there. And where did we build it? That's minus 16 and minus 16. It should look decent. Look, we just need to know which option we have selected, right? That's it. And so that's working. Now what we need to do. My gosh, man, like menu stuff. See, now when we press like a button, it needs to do a thing, and it needs to know what thing I'm actually doing. Let's go to the controls, and we have pressed and we did this. Because that was something that we did in the control states. Was it in the setup? Kind of forgot where it was. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Setup. That's that dictionary. Right. So for the menu control state, we have accept and cancel, start and select, and the accept and cancel is the one that we want. That's on the keyboard, the arrow keys. So we send along accept and cancel. So we have like up and down. Accept. Cancel. So those are options that are called from control menu function. And also for that one, and also for that one, and also for that one. What I normally like to do, just a tiny bit, we have this sub event here, and we have like the dictionary and the function here. If you have like a ton of things going on, maybe for like readability, it's not nice. So if you want to change it up and make it a little bit clearer, you could create like an empty sub effect, and then you can do this. But it's important to know that if let's show it. If you want to keep track of like the events, like the total amount of events that you actually have. This one, currently now we're on 193, and if we actually do this, and I think that's the case, is 192. So if you do that for everything, you get like a lot of events. I don't think that's like an issue if it's like an empty event, but it will add up, and I don't know how bad it is if you have like a ton of events. As I said, with Horizon, I have now around 6,000. Although I was over 9,000. There was some forum discussion going on, like a discussion going on about the total amount of events in Construct. At some point, you need to be very careful about it, because it, you know, it might impact something. I don't know, just so you know, if you want to do it, you could create an empty sub event. I will press B to do that. Add sub event, or you know, add blank sub event, and then do that, and then you can you know, make it a little bit clearer. But for now, this is fine. This is fine. There, fixed. It's clear. It's clean. So we have to check and navigate location to actually do this. And then we have like to accept, and maybe there's a couple ways how to do this. Let's remove this dictionary. No. Oh no. We need this. We have like this ID start. From this ID, do we store that ID? See, something needs to say once we press accept, based on the location, we need to be able to know what happens when we press accept. And so, for example, on start, it might need to call a certain function, or yeah, it might need to call it. It will probably need to call a certain function with some extra stuff in it. So how can we tackle this? Well, either way, we need to, we could probably say action here, and then, you know, based on that, we could say just a function in here, just call that function, and then maybe the action just start menu. Maybe we have a main menu function, and then that just calls start. I'm inclined to tackle that a little bit differently, but almost like in the same way though. Let me think. The action might not even be needed, so I will remove this. I do want to store that in a dictionary though. And we refer those to the type. So I will just say, I don't like the type name, but I'll just use it for now. Type. So we have a menu type, and when we build it, initialize main menu, because that's the one that we're building. Create set key. We're gonna set the menu type. How do we get that value? That's from function power 1. So we have that. We might relocate this stuff like to a different place later. Add one to the count. And then we have to navigate. Accept. Ooh, this is a tricky one. So close. Almost there. Accept. This right here. Yes. Add event sheet. Yes. Global menu. Menu manager. I like the name of the global menu. Let's call it menu manager. It's not a good name. It is sort of a manager. For now, renaming this stuff is not. That just goes automatically, and that doesn't matter. What I'm gonna do is include that to. We had to do this anyway. We need to include the menu manager to this one. I'm not using the system because the system is something for every little thing, and this is a specific menu thing. This is not something that we have in the game itself, probably. Although you might have that for it doesn't matter. Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V. Main menu. Now we can remove this one. Let's not remove it yet. Let's just disable it and check if everything is still working. Is the I know the gamepad is not set up yet. We are doing everything with the keyboard for now. So I can remove this one. Yes. That also means I should place that one over here. The font. So we have that in here. And now we could function on function menu. So what I just did, I know there's a function called menu here. And we can rename this to something else. That's not necessarily like important right now. Come on, man. I am gonna do something else as well. We had the menu action here. Location. We set that here. Change it. Set action, and we're basically doing the same thing here. We could just have the thing that I'm gonna build right now in here. It's a little bit like double, but I'm not sure if we keep. I'm not sure if more is gonna happen here that is not necessarily related to the action stuff. But I'm solely gonna put in this dictionary and then set the key menu action to the dot action, And then let's test that out. And then we have like the dictionary, the system, menu action here. Now it's empty. That means that we might not have anything on the family font. Yeah, the action is empty. We don't set it when we create the font. Set action to name. Oh, right. That should be action then. Start options. Is this not the action? Am I not gonna refer to that as the thing? We set a text. That was the name, right? We removed. We had numbers first. The IDs were the numbers, and we removed that, so we can just say the ID is the action. And now, if we test it out, it's not gonna work right now. This one. And if we scroll, yeah, so option, and then we see what we're on. So start, options, and exit. There's one little problem that we probably set the action there and do this as well after we have done it. And I hope this works, because what we need is that if we start it up now, it doesn't say anything at the action unless we move that cursor. And I hope that it says anything here, and it doesn't. See, we need to move first before we get an option, but we do need to set up. Like we're on the first one, right? And it needs to do that. So maybe that's. Maybe we need to simply do that just at the end. Once it is done. And then set it. New action 0. So why wouldn't it do that? Set action. Set action. It selects it based on the menu location. Or what if we do it like that? See, this is kind of like the finicky thing where we do need that info. Shit, asshole. So for each, why wouldn't it set the action? Because it might be called when it actually. We need to know when this is done, and I don't remember if I am able to count the amount of things that is like within that node, but there might be a way. The only thing that we could do, well, there would be a weird thing that we could do is have an entry called end. That's something that I've never done before. We could have like an entry called end and then compare for each node entry when it is end. Like do that, but that's gonna be that's janky. Because then we need to clarify, like, don't build this one, don't make this one. Sadly, for example, if you're used to loops in Unity, we don't have a way to end this loop. We can't end this for each node. There's no way to call like, hey, XML setup, stop, like we can't do that based on like comparison. That would have been nice. This is important though. This is important though. No, there's not necessarily like a break. We could make a break point for testing, but there's no stop this for each. You can end. Is it true though? Can you end it for each node? Repeat for each while. You could do that for. There are some ways to do it, but you can't just. You can't break. You can't do a return. Or at least I don't know. I don't know. I don't think you can. Sadly, I don't think you can. Yeah, so what I want, let's just remove this because I need to read this stuff a little bit better. And the translate stuff, let's just remove it because it's actually nice that if something is not translated. So what I need to happen is once it's done with building, it needs to show like, oh, you're done now. So I will place that icon on the menu that you have selected. Let's place it on the first one and say, okay, the first option on this list right now is that. But yeah, that's the thing that we're calling here, but it's not necessarily being called. And also what I want to show, debug log test. If I place it here, this is gonna be called every time like 3 times or even 4 times, like the test 3 times. So doing this, I don't like that idea. For example, if you have like 10 options, it's just a little thing, but it's just a little bit like too much to keep calling that. The weird thing though is making that as start. Why? That's because that's here. Do I have... I am gonna assume that I have 3 arrows right now on my layout. Where's that thing? It's just 1. Really? That's interesting. That's fascinating. For each... No, that's correct. That's true. That's correct. That's not fascinating. Because this is a for each type. And here's the thing. There's just one type. That's main menu. So that's why it only does this once. So should I be able to... Well, here... Now the nice thing would be to actually have those IDs, like use the numbers. Then from here we could say, oh, is this entry the first one? Then do this. I don't think I'm able to, without actually calling it, hey, this is 0, 1, and 2. I had that in IDs, but that's gonna be annoying. If you add new stuff, then you need to renumber them. But I don't think if it's had like 0. See, otherwise we could say, hey, place the action start or get the info from 0, and that should be like in the list. This is weird though, that this is not working, because this is something that's being done like 3 times. Did I make like an error in here? Navigate based on menu location and then create. Hmm. I am thinking there might be a workaround. There might be a workaround. I don't necessarily like it, but I will do it. Let's test it out. I'm just gonna build an array for the menu. I don't like that. I don't like it. I was thinking shit. We might because either way, if I do this, I still need to call that once it's done, and that in the beginning. Three for each. What I could do, I make the font, but I could also, if I want to have IDs, I could do that, and then and then we get that. Doesn't make any sense. It feels a little bit double. But then we have the array. We might have to. We could also make an array for like the submenu options and know like the amount that's in there, and we could use like the width or the height of the array also to get the total amount of menu options for the scrolling. Just trying to think. Let's just see if this sort of works. I don't mind putting stuff in an array as well while we build it, because that's just a matter of like pushing something in it. And the thing that we're gonna push into the array are also the actions. So we no longer rely, and if we build it like that, we don't rely on the action that's actually on the font, but just whatever is being set in the array. So what is important though is that once we start this, let's go back, and we're just gonna set the size to 0, and then that should be fine. Let's put that there at the end. So if I do this, we have an array with start, options, and exit. It's always a bit weird with it selecting or actually building it. I think that's because of like the debug stuff. If I check the array, start, options, and exit, 0, 1, 2. This is kind of nice. Maybe this might work. This might work out. Because then we have that. So if you got the menu location at 0, why did I need the set action? Why did I need that? Why did I need to? That's mainly to put it in an array and say which one we're on, but we know which option we're on. So what if we press accept? Maybe this is actually it. Menu action. Add. Dig. Get. location. This might fuck up because the value might be a string in the sys data, but let's just see how this actually works. And I accept menu, accept, do this menu, navigate, accept, controls, navigate, accept. Again, I think this is very funny when people join the stream and they're like, where's the game? What is this? Is this a manager? Tycoon. A tycoon manager game. I need this. I need to test. Wow. Select. Start. Options. Exit. So that's working. Good. That's actually working. Hey. What do you want to say, Stroomkabel? You lost the game? Fuck you. That's no fun. Apologies for showing my Discord. Delete the fault. Got him. Indeed. I need to close my Discord. Was there? No, that was not. Does it show anything sensitive? Do you, Stroomkabel, did you mind that the chat showed up for a little bit? Our chat in Discord? Our private chat? You gotta go to the review. Good luck with the review. Apologies for the Discord chat showing up. It's fine. Good. No one is watching this anyway, so let's see. So we have like the accept and then that, so we know which action we actually selected. Ooh, again, this is a start. No, I don't need to number them. For that, I need to change this. Start doesn't have to be in. Doesn't have to be like that. Function. Nope. So we can remove that. So now what we actually have, and this might look a little bit weird and you can change it if you want to, but we have for each layout, we will, for each menu, we will have a separate layout. We're not gonna build all the menus on the same layout. We will have separate event sheets specifically for that layout and for that menu, because that will definitely become like super tricky if you just want to have like one layout for the menu. But we will make a layout for options and have a ES menu options event sheet. So what we do, we have like the menu, and you can change it if you want. What you could do, once you press accept, we call menu action. So we call this. Each specific layout has a specific menu with different actions, and we can just, so for options we have different action here, and that's basically it. because that's the thing that's probably gonna happen with. Let's just build that as well. I think in the end, once we have something like that, this is also needed to do. Is that left and right. The one thing that you could do is okay, let's go over it again. Accept will call menu action and then the specific menu location that we have stored in an array now. So once we select something, press A, it will actually do this menu action and then start. And on this layout, on this event sheet for the main menu layout, we can have we could do this now. Load the game or go to loading, and normally you would do something else, of course. And for option we could do that, and for exit we could say not execute JavaScript. We could how is it in here? No, that's the node WebKit for the actual exit. Go back, go home. No, let's leave it as is. So you call a specific action, and those are just on those event sheets. Another option that we could do is for each layout, just call this function main menu, and that's the function for that. Or another name to make it more distinguishable from menu, but we'll leave. I'm gonna leave it for now because we won't have like a ton of options and a ton of menu screens. And the same goes for like left and right. Left and right will be used not to navigate, but to change options. Difficulty, press left or right to change that setting. So it's gonna be the same thing, that we will have here an option called change, and then left, right, where we change something, where we change that change value in dictionary. Yeah, where we change the value of like the dictionary in here. Yeah, let's see. UI stuff, man. It's something that will break your brain. Then we call, if we do left and right, that means we're changing something. We call menu change. Those are again on that specific menu, on that screen. Based on the action, something needs to change, and that might be a dictionary value. It's probably gonna be a dictionary value. But we do need to send that action, like whatever is in the menu, and we need to pull some more data, like how do we know what option or value we are changing? So at some point, let's say we have the dictionary, like this entry, like the language value, the language. Like how do we know which value is in there? And once we have like the option, where is the type and of like options? Right. So I think once we will work on it, I don't think I want to do that right now, because otherwise I will just be stuck in this menu hell, and I think I need to make a good base for the inventory as well. But just to show, we will get like sub IDs. I think that says like English and like Dutch. The tricky part is gonna be, let's just build this as well. Apologies for not finishing my thought there. Menu sub action. No, I will use menu sub. Menu sub. It's the same way like how we populated like the actions. We will populate like the array, the sub with these options, and once it is an array, we can search it. This is just me thinking like how it's gonna work out in the end. Once we're on language, we, you know, by scrolling up and down, language will be set as an action, because that's the option that we selected. Language will have sub entries of the things that you can select, and those options will be placed like right here with a different font. That's just how we're gonna build it. So you will have language, and then here it's gonna say what has been selected. You press left or right to change it. So let's say it's Dutch. So what I think is gonna happen is that the same way how we populate a menu array with all the menu options, once we change, like scroll down to language, we will populate the menu sub with all the different options. And from there, we need to do, so we populate it. Now we have the IDs because it's based on the order that's in here. We will check Dutch will be then on the first, not 0, but on 1 in the array. We need to compare that key where that is stored. So we actually need to put in which key we're changing, which key is like important for dictionary. We need to pull that one, compare it in the array where it is, so we can set like, okay, we're actually on option number 1, and then scroll through it again. It's a very how would I say, like a convoluted way, kind of tricky. I don't have an idea on how to do it, how else to do it. You could do, there's another way to do it, and I'm not gonna completely show it, but just kind of like indicate if you are working on something like this in Construct. Let's say you have system data and you have a key called sub actions, right? What you could do is have like Dutch, in this case Dutch, or you know, we are on this option, and that has, no, it's actually more complicated. You could have a dictionary that has like all those. Just in XML, you could have like a dictionary that has like all the menu options and the options that you could choose from and change it there. And then you have like, okay, language has like these kind of options, and they are divided by a comma. And you could do like a token at 0, 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and based on that set the option. And then you could populate like an array also with this. But that's just an whole hassle, because you would have like a ton of keys. It's difficult to edit, and I think this might seem like a weird way. I don't know if that's the proper way to do it, but that's how I do it. It's really tricky to set like menu options and know which menu option is selected, and then put it there and have that correct option, and having like moving the left and the right. Man, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. So you might. So to make it more complicated, because this is all info for the menus, and this is just for the language option, you could have something here that actually says which dictionary you need, the value, or like where that's stored. You could do it like that, like, okay, language, and you don't have to do that everywhere, but language that is stored in that dictionary and in that key, so that once you're on it, or you can search for it in here, like, okay, that's actually like the dictionary there we need to change, and that key we need to pull that from there and there, because language is the menu option, but that might not be the name of the key in that dictionary. I know, this is just a lot. I should have drawn it out maybe. But we need to find out a way on how to know once we're on... We need to find out a way once we're on language where that value is actually stored and how we get that value. That's basically it. We need to know what's it on right now, and also once we change it left or right, set that value in a dictionary, because that's gonna determine the settings. So it's like this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And that's why this is like super tricky. This is why this is all super tricky. And I might make it way more complicated than it needs to be, but this is how I do it, and how I don't know. I didn't follow a tutorial for this. This is just trial and error and thinking like, okay, maybe this works. And that's something that I learned while making Horizon. Whew, man. Do I have some tea? I think I need to get some tea. Am I just gonna commit to this and try to make the language select? But that means I don't necessarily need to text the font to show it. Don't necessarily need that, because that will make it more complicated, but I could try to change. What I could do is actually at least try and put like the sub options in an array, and then maybe cycle through it so that the dictionary value gets changed. Because I think if I touch like the inventory stuff right now, that's gonna be another couple hours. Same for the menu. So let's think. I'm gonna get a cup of tea. Be right back. To become a pro esport player.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to laugh that loud.
Why? Why is that funny?
No, nothing.
No.
Nothing. It's
No.
not fun. No.
licking the loadout thing. Not the loadout. What was it called again?
Do you lick the loadout screen?
No.
What?
You lick the card. Like what do you push? Like the pushing thing. The pushy card.
What, you're licking and
No,
pushing things?
no.
What's happening now?
What?
You lick the pussy card? What?
What kind of code are you talking in, man?
Bacon.
Breaker.
Bacon. Well, I can see that there's a need for those purple chickens. You know, we got the where? Oh man, this is difficult. There, no, there. There's a chicken, like that one. I want that one in the chat. This one has a weird pixel though. Why is that pixel there? There's a pixel. That's not good.
Composition.
Third.
It's weird how excited
First.
she is, right?
Second.
Was
Is
you
it
found
me?
money? Wait,
No.
bro. 27 kills and only 5 deaths.
Not me.
Oh, oof. Hot. Ooh.
Or, oh, yeah, there's a door.
Papa!
Door.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
and entrance.
Oh, this is gonna look nice though. There, bam, 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 bam. Ooh, in a butt, in a butt. Bam.
Switching sides.
Call a booty.
Yeah,
Call it now.
Yeah.
Scaffa edition.
you called it. You called it, Queenie. You
Me too.
yeah, no hair. When I was younger. Oh. Hello. I'm back. And I got a little snack. Just a tiny one. It's very tiny. It's a tiny lion. It will take a couple. When is it? Like in 2 weeks? In 2 weeks we have what's it called again? Sint Maarten. Kids will show up to the door. It's very similar to Halloween. Are we gonna get Halloween this year and Sint Maarten as well? So I did like the girls, you know. Let's just buy some candy. Normally they wouldn't arrive here at the door, but last year they did, and they were super mad. Mostly because I didn't open up the door. But I didn't have any candy, so I was prepared. I just bought a bag, like with some, like small candy stuff in it. But that's dangerous. That's not gonna survive until that day. And also they are a little bit too mini. They're called minis, but they are very mini. Yes. Right. Let's man, this menu stuff. It's the worst part is this is not usable for the inventory menu. It's not. It will look somewhat different, same. It will look somewhat the same, but it's gonna be a different function. For inventory and for the map, those are just completely different. We will be able to use this for the pause in a game and exit the game once you're in the game. But that's only it. That's the only thing, because we don't need any other menus in the game itself. So this is strictly for this. And is it even usable for save states? It's like selecting which save state you want. Yes and no. If we use a text-based one, then yes. There's some ways to around that. Yes, it's fine. Let's see, 3 hours stream already. What I want to do, let's test out if start is actually working, because that's important. Sometimes I don't know why it's not. Did you just boot up, or I think now it actually did it. So start, when I press options, nothing should happen. And is it doing anything? It is doing menu action start. Good. But that's where is that? Where are you doing that? Wait, what? Menu action start. Menu, well, if I press accept, menu navigate, accept, menu action, and then it calls that. And that's the thing here. Who's putting that in a console? Is that anything like on this layout? Now I don't know if it actually... Yes, it didn't. I don't know. There's something funky when I think the inspector, like the debug is open, and it doesn't actually work. But yeah, let's try that again. Let's reset to the menu. So that's also a good test. Resetting within the game, going back to the menu. That seems to work. If we press options, nothing is gonna happen. But once we say accept as start, it will go into the game. That's actually good, right? That's working. So press R, reset. That doesn't reset like the dictionaries, but just to make sure that... Let's do start, reset, start. So not even without moving, you know, setting that action. We don't necessarily have to move the cursor first to select something. So that seems to work. That's good. So this works. And now the only thing that I want to do, I was gonna say we need to do this, but I might as well, just for testing purposes, try this out. Also have this one over here. So we get like a language option in there. Let's see how that actually looks like. Language. And once we're on there, it should put like these sub IDs in that array. It does. We haven't built it yet, and this is kind of nice that we still need to translate it lowercase. So for debugging, start still works because we added something, and I hope it's kind of clear. It's clear now once this is working, like how nice it is to actually add more stuff to the menu. It's just copy and paste. In the end, setting up the sub options, have like the proper dictionary key in there, or we don't have to mess around in the code anymore. It's all in the XML, and that's basically it. That's the thing that I love with this setup. And there's just way more stuff that we can actually do. Apologies, by the way, I was showing this. I was on the wrong layout. So let's show that again, by the way. So let's just press play. It's easy to forget sometimes. I should have watched the scene. So we have this sweet little menu. It's nothing fancy, but we added the language option to it and start. And once we do that, we get here, reset. And these options are not working, but start. There we go. And the only thing that I did on the when I was not on the scene is have this entry of language to it, where we say which dictionary. Sys data and the key language. Because I feel okay by doing that. Yeah, this gives us quite a bit of control. I think in the end, I think this is maybe a nice way to do it. Some options might be specifically for the game, and some more for system level, if I can call it like that. So this might. I feel good about this, and also having to actually manually put in which key we are talking about. Because not every ID we won't have, well, difficulty might just be called difficulty, but we will definitely have some menu options that will have a different name when they're translated. But those are just not the same name as the key that we actually, like the key that we need to edit. So we need to have this. Right now it seems a little bit double because the language, you could already take the ID and do this, but the key might just be different for us, something that the player, the user doesn't see. So maybe try and find a way how to add like sub options once we're on language. That would require us to actually check if there are sub options once we're scrolling. That's not something that we do during the build, but when we go like up and down in the menu, like once we're here, something needs to happen that checks the XML and see if there are like sub options for that option, and sub options are for like left and right. I know I keep repeating that and keep saying things that I already said, but that's also for me to go over it, to just check. Yes, that needs to happen, right? That's what we're building, right? Just to check. It's good to go over that stuff. So we do have like the set action or the location. The set action. Hey Siri, hello. How are you doing? Indeed, game dev. I thought I have a vacation this week, and I was like, I need to be a little bit productive, and it was a while since I made something. So I started out with making something in Construct. I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Yes, I'm chilling out, man. I'm chilling out. Enjoying the vacation, and I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I'm building UI stuff. I like UI stuff, but it's also like it's kind of difficult. Is it difficult? Yes, it's difficult because a lot is going on. It can be a nightmare for sure. How are you doing? How's your day? So we do have like in the XML, we have the sub options like English and Dutch. I think that might happen like during the set action. But the tricky part is that we have the same issue that once you're on start, we will get that up. Let me show you what the problem is gonna be. Let's say we go to options, and the first option is changing the language. We need to populate that. We again we have the problem like where we weren't able to set like that action there. So, it's a problem that's gonna happen, and we will solve it when we have the problem. You're a little unproductive. You'll be working on some project stuff later today to make up for it. Good. Yeah, I don't like sometimes it's justified to feel like unproductive, but I feel like the last 6 months or so, I feel like I haven't done like that many creative things, and I need to actually I actually need to work on my actual game instead of starting something else. But I am not gonna stream the other game. So I was like, let's build a Zelda type of game. It feels kind of good to be productive again. It's just super tricky. It's super tricky. Sometimes I always have like after summer, it's like a summer dip where I don't feel productive at all. It's so hard to see projects through. Oh, for sure, for sure. Starting new is exciting and motivating. Yeah. Although I do have the goal to postpone like making visuals as late as possible. I'm just focusing on like the functionality to make sure that it kind of feels good. That's why I'm building already the menu after 4 days. But yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky to finish stuff. My main game, I think, since this month, it is it 8 or 9 years. 2013. 8 years? 8 years. Yes, 8 years. I still need to finish it. So close, but yet so far away. So close, but yet so far away. I really need to be in the zone for that, and I hope that doing this will make me more productive and then do the other thing. Yeah. Is this something that you do? You have some like personal like game projects, or do you work alone? Like you are also like doing game dev stuff, right? Like an education for it. Are the projects like game dev related? Populate the menu subarray. Sounds very exciting. Only really crappy ones. You're doing a game design in uni. Very cool. Do you have... I haven't much time for personal projects. Right. Do you already have some personal projects like online on something like itch.io, or it's just more like, nah, that's just a little bit like in the back, just working on it in silence. When am I gonna do when am I gonna put this in an array? Here. That was not working when I did it up there. It's working when I do it while scrolling. So something needs to happen here. Congratulations. You have some crappy unfinished stuff, but it's not on a itch or anything. Just sitting on PC. Good. yeah, uploading stuff and make it. It's always like a little bit scary to upload like a project that's not finished yet to put it on something like Itch, because people will judge it anyway. And I don't know. It's good. It's a good practice just to dump it and say, "Hey, this is what I'm working on," and actually show it. But yeah, it's a difficult thing. You want to upload stuff that's more finished and polished, yeah. Yes, it's I totally get the feeling. Totally get it. I'm trying my best to take a step back and think, no, it doesn't have to be finished. Just put it out there. But again, saying it and doing it, two different things. So if we get like the font action, that's the this whole stream is this making this menu. I'm already amazed by how it is going so far. Like it's getting there, and I don't need to do this, but I might have to do this because otherwise I will just postpone it. The curse of perfectionism. Yeah, yep. Join the club. It's perfectionism, but I also always, at least on my end, I feel it's also a little bit of a just uncertainty, doubt, like insecurity as well. Just like, yeah, it's not good enough. Like, if I put it out there, people will look at it, and that's like the impression that you will leave. And it's about like not being sure if it's like good enough, yes or no. And especially when you start like comparing it to other projects. But that's something that you also need to learn, or I'm speaking on my own like terms, like that's something that I also need to learn. Like, don't compare yourself to others. What you do is what you do. That's it. Put it online. Done. I still want to make a stream where I just show all the prototypes. It's something that I promised after like a certain follow count. Like last year, I lost my mouse, and I still need to do that. I was just like, you know what? Let's have a stream and just show all the shitty prototypes. And now that I have set this up like this, like the monitor, it's probably a little bit easier to do that. So. It's gonna happen. I haven't forgotten about it. It's gonna happen. Just gonna show prototypes. I think it's good to show. It is my belief. It is good to show stuff that's work in progress, so that people get actually a good understanding of what it actually means to make something, and why it's taking a lot of time, especially with game development. But this thing, man. So I got like English and Dutch, like those need to be like options. I kind of know what to do, but also at the same time I don't. I know what to do, but also don't know what to do, you know. If I set the action, I need to know, let's go over it. I need to know I'm talking about the language. That's actually the action. So I do know which entry we're talking about. I do know which type I'm talking about. And then it's just a matter of, it's just simple. It's simple. Making a for each loop. And do that. Easy. What I'm gonna do. Nope. I'm gonna walk it back. What's the chat? Check. Not the set action. Sub action. And now sub menu. Navigate sub menu. Maybe. Maybe that could be done here as well. Because this is for moving up and down. Maybe remove that. It's just for testing. It doesn't have to be perfect. So I'm gonna copy. Am I gonna copy this? Maybe. Nope. I just had to minimize and resize it. Let's do this. Let's do this. And I need to copy this one as well. Where am I? There. We do... Let's check this out. We do have in our... That one. Language. Menu action is stored in there. We could pull that also from the array. Let's just pull that from the array. Type. That's referring to whatever is in the array. Menu. Come on, man. Add. Keyboard. Work with me. Menu location. So Siri, what's your focus for the game development stuff? Do you like the programming? Do you like the sound, art, or are you still like trying to figure that out? Like what your expertise is? Why is this not working? Menu location. Yes. Big. Get. I think that's it. And then have one more of these. There you go. You do design, but you're currently learning basic programming. I like to improve art and sound as well. Cool. And programming, what do you do mostly at the uni? Is it mostly like Unity or UDK or Godot? Or is it more like open for whatever you want? You like to improve art and sound as well. Cool. I like all those three things. I like doing everything. It's the problem. So what we're gonna do for the check, this might feel... I don't even think we need to do like a for each, but we might need a for each for like all the sub entries. Because that's just a type. And then we need to get the entry ID. Didn't we make that somewhere else as well? Let's just... For each entry, I'm just gonna test out if this works. It's not working, because I'm an idiot. Because this should be entry. This whole line is for the entry ID, and we still need to have the type. Add ID is, and close it. I think that's it. And then I need to fill out something in here. I'm just gonna press enter and save it. Right now Godot, but before this you use in real blueprinting. That's cool. I think, well, Stroomkabel is in the meeting right now, but Stroomkabel is hanging out in the chat. Stroomkabel is busy with UDK with the rendering and also maybe some blueprinting. I never messed around with the UDK way back when Unreal actually came out. Godot, I saw another student, a student of mine working on it with Godot, and I kind of like the look of it. I see it also more and more pop it up on Twitter that people make like some cool Godot game projects. I also want to check that out. Like I'm using Construct 2 now, but beginning of the year I delved a little bit deeper in Unity, and I also like that. But I'm just not good enough with it, with C# and Unity to do that all like on a stream. I need to really have like tutorials and guides next to me to do it. it's quite nice and easy to get into it. Yeah, I like the interface of Godot, and just like how everything is set up, and it's how it's yeah, it seems very slick. It seems like very slick. Good tutorials, like a very active community, and also quite versatile. Like for 2D and like 3D, it seems good. It seems good. It seems good. I want to check it out. So this is not working. Let's just test out when I do. No. Well, no. I need something else here. Here it should say main menu just for testing. You don't want to do that. It is in quotes. Why? Right. Because we need this. And then still you're not... Well, does it? Oh, maybe. Maybe that also needs to be in quotes. Just because it's like a string function it doesn't need to be like that. It has a lot of pretty decent documentation. It's just slowly more tutorials too. Yeah, it's kind of nice to be... Well, Godot... it's only since this year that I have been made more aware of Godot, but... I think it's kind of nice to be there more like in the beginning, so you can kind of like get a good understanding of it before it becomes like maybe more like complicated over time. I don't know if that makes any sense, but yeah, I should install Godot and just check it out. Just get a feel for it. I like programming. Not a programmer, but I like it. And yeah, I should check it out. There's so many things that you want to check out. So with this is just basically a test because the check happens when we move the cursor. For now, we manually placed main menu in there, but the entry should be called from like the dictionary bit that's in there, like the sysdata get menu location, and that's based on whatever is in the array. There's so many hoops. It's kind of bad. See, we were told by teachers this blog, okay, we're gonna use Godot now. Here, follow this hard beast YouTube tutorial series to learn Godot. Good. It kind of works the same at my education though. We don't necessarily give like lessons in how to do Unity. We mostly give the option like, we want this and it's up to you what you're gonna use. There are some teachers though that, some colleagues though that help out with Unity and C#, but we also don't have like any specific lessons. It's nice to be able to do it at your own pace. Oh, for sure. In the end, like my problem always like don't want to go in a tangent on it. The problem is like I get why it's not necessarily that you're saying that like you want to learn something and you got like the teachers and then it's like, okay, I could make like a presentation on how to make this, but then you're being taught on how to make a very specific thing in that way, and you do need to find it on your own. Like you need to make it. You need to find out like how to work and how to deal with the programming and what is actually required, unless you all need to make the same game and that's it. But it's very difficult to me to actually teach. Like I taught like Construct 2 to some students, but it's always like I will show you how you need to build this, how you need to build a farm fill. But that's the thing that you know. Then now you know how to build farm fill, and that's it. But you need to find out how to do the rest. The basics are needed though. But yeah, doing it in your own pace. I would also prefer doing that in my own pace. It's a fine that they recommend it as a tool to learn the basics. For sure, yeah. Basics are needed. Can I press play now? I got the entry, so if I do sub here, I deleted that stuff there. It's all coming together. Really, it's taking a little bit of time. Let's call this test. I know. XML. Setup. And the ID. So hopefully, if we just test it out, this is just a test, we will poop out English and Dutch in the console. See, any questions we have after that when making our own stuff, they will help us with it. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. That's cool. It's nice when you can ask a teacher a question. I tell my students, like, no, don't ask me any questions. No, I'm just here to judge. That's a joke, though. That's a joke before someone sends it fault to my boss. Students can ask questions. I like talking about the stuff, but if it's more like, hey, how can I do this? Can you tell me how specifically I can do this? I would be, you know, like, no. Yeah. Lovely ginger tea. Let's press play. I know, very scary. Very small window. Now I need to show the console. So, okay, good. Good, that's actually working. So once we're on language, and language is something that will be placed under options. Language will have like sub options like move left and right, and we need the English and Dutch to be in the array so that we can change it. Yes. So what I'm gonna do, menu stuff. Once this is working, I'm very happy because now we can actually continue working on the game. But I need to do this. I need to do this. Because otherwise, what's a game without a menu? Nothing. I'm just gonna push that value to the back. So we will end up with a thing in there. Can I do this as well? Because we need to set the size so that we don't have like duplicate options in there. Now I need to do this though, and do this. Meow. Submenu. Options, language, there we go. English and Dutch, those are like the sub options that we have for that specific menu. And now it should clear. Now it's there. Clear. Clearing it is actually a nice byproduct. I actually cleared it because I didn't want to have like duplicate on the language, but I kind of didn't think about like how it would clear once we're in options. But there we go. So just to show why it's taking so long. No, I can't show it yet. That was a lie. No, I can show it. Let's say on the main menu, we have the difficulty setting as well. And it's normal or hard. That is probably the only thing that we need to do now. It's the only thing. Again, well, that's because of the width. Let's just change that because that's bothering me. Let's just make it a little bit bigger. We can change the width based on like the character type. I made a comment about it above. I'm not gonna redo it again. But now start, options, English, Dutch, in the array data on the upper right, and then difficulty, normal, hard. It's easy. It only took an hour of my life. And what now? So we do, just for my sake, let's just add the translated stuff in there just to check if that is working as well. So we have language, and we have the difficulty. And yeah, that's just gonna be difficulty as well. See, it's kind of weird, the difficulty. It's kind of weird how it's basically just like capitalized. But if we do like a Dutch version, we do have to, well, then it feels less double. It would be taal. And what would be moeilijkheidsgraad? Fuck me, man. Moeilijkheidsgraad. I don't know what it is when I have to type Dutch. I'm more like anxious about making a typo instead of like in English. Let's just go to main menu, do this. So now it's properly capitalized, and just want to check if everything is still working. If we do change this to Dutch, there you go, and play it again. Love it. Look at this. Look at this. Dutch is terrible. See, never thought about having to translate games, how hard that can be sometimes. Oh, it can be tricky. That's why I actually tackle it for now, just for the main menu. But yeah, I will use a similar system for if there is dialogue in the game. But it's tricky as hell. It's tricky as hell. It's a lot of work, but it's something. My experience is, when you're working on text and you know it needs to be translated, do it. Just build it. You do need to build it, because otherwise it's gonna be a hassle. It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be a terrible thing to do. And also, you need to make it so that it's easy to translate stuff. But I always hate it when I see like the Dutch. It's kind of nice. Begin, opties, taal, and then suddenly moeilijkheidsgraad. Look at this. I think someone once told me that for text, I forgot the exact percentage, but someone like a translator for German, that person said like, hey, take into account that once this is translated in German, the text might end up like 33% like larger, like bigger, like the amount of text that you use than the English text. So take that into consideration when you write stuff. And yeah, that's something that you need to take into consideration. So German text, I don't know if it was exactly like, maybe it was like 30, between like 30 and 40, but it will end up longer than that. And I think seeing a moeilijkheidsgraad is probably also in Dutch then as well. But it's just good to take that into account from the get-go, while it's easy to change and test it out. This looks terrible. Terrible. English. But look, I'm happy that it's working. Helpful to know? Good. Free tip. Yeah, it's something for my own project for Horizon Danger. I really want it to be as accessible as possible, and I really focus on a lot of that stuff. Like, okay, What if I translate it? What if I want to change the font? What if I need to change the font color for accessibility? For how can I change the font for color blindness? How can I change like the background for color blindness? Like all those little things are pretty important to tackle from the beginning when you work on it. Also like readability. Like you don't necessarily want a pixel font. A good example like Dead Cells, they did a nice job where you can select like the pixel font or just like a normal font. So have that option in there, like being able to actually say, I want to use this font right now. And yeah, translated stuff. Like you need translation. You need translation. It requires more work, but it's nice when you spend time on it. It feels good. It feels good once it's working, and it's this is sort of working right now. Now I need to do another tricky thing though. I can remove this. The only thing that I want to do today is, besides the whole thing that I just did, and if that is working, then it's very nice. What I want is, let's pick this one, English and Dutch. What I want is when I press left and right, is that where am I? That I know which value, which key I need to change, so that the dictionary will change into English or Dutch. Hey Stroomkabel, good luck with your weekend, you deserved it. How did the meeting go? And how did the meeting go? Did they like your Unreal and render? I got Smarties. It's a very tiny box. I think this is very dangerous to have this. I got 2 bags full for Sint Maarten of chocolate candy. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have bought it right now, because that's gonna be gone before it's actually Sint Maarten. I made a mistake. Or did I? But it's tiny. Tiny Smarties. Not drugs. Stroomkabel pretty good. They were impressed by the improvements of the visuals. On the visuals, how have you progressed on your prototype? It's getting there. I don't know. The biggest thing is more that I was working on the language and the difficulty, and that right now, once I change like the option, that it actually populates like another array with all these sub options, the things that I need to change. So that's kind of cool. That's kind of good, right? And now I want to be able to change like the system data. So now I need to somehow find out how, once I press left or right, scroll through that I actually change that key in system data, so that you can actually set the option. Yeah. Oh man, Smarties are nice. I need to eat dinner. No, I shouldn't eat candy. The problem is like I also have like Rollo, and it's been a while since I had a Rollo. Why did I buy chocolate? Just have candy for dinner? No. No, that would be terrible. Candy dinner is the best dinner. Yeah. Oh man, oh yeah. No, that's a lie. You think it's the best dinner, but once you're done, you know you don't feel, it doesn't feel good. Once you're done, it doesn't feel good. So Stroomkabel, do you need to do anything else in the reel now, or was it more like kind of done? See, Siri, when I was a kid, every weekend my sister and I were allowed to fill a tiny plate with candy. That's nice. That's very nice. That sounds cool. When I was younger, we made a mistake of having just a large jar filled with candy, and I think we were only allowed to take something out once in a while, but it was just like the jar's there. Who cares? Let's pick out the candy and just eat too much candy. Yeah, mistakes were made. Not for dinner, more as a snack. Well, that's better. That's better. Stroomkabel for internship. You're done this weekend in Unreal. Cool. You always had to ask before getting candy from the jar. You're gonna do some dev work on VR controller and personal stuff. Cool. Did I see something? Is that something that you have been working on for quite a while now? See, the moment I was still old enough to take it myself without asking was a glorious day. Yeah, it's a glorious day, but also then you feel like, oh man, at that point you will start to become like of a certain age, or I'm speaking about me though, is that you get older and then it's suddenly like, I can eat all this candy. I could eat that whole bag of chocolate candy. But first of all, I won't sleep at all at night because it just my stomach will just yell and say, idiot. It will definitely have an impact on my weight. Still get pimples. It's just bad. It's just bad. I can do it now, but you need to have that discipline. Stroomkabel, pay me in. We worked on a prototype before in VR. Yeah, gonna try and pick it up again and start fresh. Cool. Yeah, now you're just working also for the internship in like UE. In real, it's now maybe easier to pick that project up again as a side thing. It's good. It's nice when you're just focused and do one thing. It's a big responsibility for sure. It's a big responsibility. I'm trying to be on a diet right now. I know me saying that doesn't make sense because I just showed candy and I just told you about 2 big bags of candy, but I'm on a diet. Weekend. Okay, here it is. Weekend though, it's kind of snacky time. Saturday, I don't care. Saturday evening, just snack. Eat what you want. But during the week, kind of like, no, don't snack too much. Yesterday I ate a lovely burger though. That's the only way to stay sane during diets. Oh, for sure. I've been trying to do like the intermittent fasting. So I only eat at night now. During the week, I only eat at 9. So from, let's say 6 p.m. to maybe 9 p.m. That's when I eat. And for the rest, not. And then the weekend, I kind of let it go and then just eat maybe a little bit like later during the day. But yeah, you need like a snack here and there. Love messing around in Unreal Engine, figure stuff out, discovered a lot of functionalities this week. Oh yeah, I can imagine definitely, because you do something else that you wouldn't maybe normally don't like pick up. It's nice when it happens. Language. I'm trying to think about like the language, and we got this. Where's that? Where's that? I might need this. I don't need the for each. I don't need the for each loop to know what we're doing because I have the action. Let's just check to make sure. In the system data, we have like the language, and then we know the menu type. So that's good. That's good. So I don't know why I made that motion, but so where am I gonna do that? Let's just, for now, do that here. What I want to do, right. For testing, I need to log something. Because this is something that we call when we press like left and right. That's when we change an option. We already have like, once you press left and right, before this, we already have like the sub options in the array. And the only thing that we need here is the knowledge of what value we're actually changing. So this needs to be changed to setup, because it's all in there. And it needs to be in setup menu. Type ID is based on the dictionary system dot get menu type. And that's not all, because that's just this menu. And now we need to do the entry ID. So let's just do this again. Entry, not capital, entry, bracket ID is, let's just space this out. And the dictionary needs to be in there. Right. I need to look at the other one. Well, I do need this, and here needs to be the just gonna say well, let's finish writing this one out. It's kind of difficult to see. And then this, and this should say dic system data dot get menu action. Is that it? And why am I doing this? I'm just gonna copy this because that's actually what we want now. So we did a check, main menu, then the language, and now we need to get whatever is located in dictionary and key. Oh my god. Fuck me. It's almost there. It's almost there. I think I need to do this at dic. There you go. And what I'm gonna do one below there is key. So for testing, if I press left, the console will hopefully log two things. That's the name of the dictionary and the name of the key. And if this works, something else that we built yesterday, it's gonna help us out a ton. A ton. I tell you, a ton. So language left. Fuck you. I made a typo. It's not pooping out anything. So I made a typo. I see something missing here. Is that it? It's a little bit much by those two things. Language left, sys language, system difficulty. Fucking fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So what I need to do now I know I need to know what is also in the dictionary now so that the option is set to that. Oh my god. But that's the next step. I just want to see that that value get changed, and that's it. I just want to see, once I press left and right, that language will change from. I also now don't like that language is actually listed here in system data and not in game data. And that the difficulty of the game is gonna be placed in here. I need to revert that back to game data. Choices were made. But what I want to do, when you press left, it should cycle through. When we change the language, it should cycle through English and Dutch. But we have like the menu location and menu count. The tricky part right now is that if I go here, where do we... Well, that's left or right. Menu location. Do we actually use that from there? We don't. Array menu location. Do we actually use it? No. So that's actually not even needed to send the menu location, because we know based on the key already. I do wanna... Why is it so... It's almost there. It's almost there. It's almost there. Because if I press left and right, I did get the dictionary and the key that needs to be changed. I have the values any sub, and what's the thing that I need? I need to know if I'm on which one I am at. Like, you know, same with the menu, like 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Somehow I need to know I'm currently, while pressing left or right, I'm on 0 or 1, because we have like two options. I need to know on which one we're, which option we're on. And my question is more like, where would I place that? Because it would be a little bit more obvious to... I could either do that here, but I would feel weird because then this is specifically for this layout, and this we do need to have that on options and all, maybe more menus. So I might make it here, or for this instance actually do it in the dictionary as I did with the menu location. Let's just do that for now. The menu. Let's create a menu. Sub. We don't need a count. So I'm just gonna sublog. That's fancy. Sure. I hope this is still a little bit easy to follow along if someone wants to build something similar. But again, what I said in the first stream, this is not necessarily a tutorial. This is just, let's make a game. And maybe you will learn something along the way. Because if it was a tutorial, then I would have to make a script. Left and right. Left and right. Just as up and down. Menu, subblock. Just gonna do this. Left and right. Is left is minus and right is plus. I guess that would feel good. Could test it out if that is already working. Here you do want to have a check again. That's kind of annoying. I could do the check here as well. I don't like it. Compare value is less than 0. And then you set this key to array sub dot width and -1. I think that's the way to go, because left will always go either -1, and then from here it's either if it's equal to the array subblock dot width, it needs to set this to 0. Is this something that we could test out? Yes. And that means that we do need to do that later. I will probably change this, make this a little bit easier to see later on. If it's less, we just, oh, then it's minus. Let's see if it cycles. So what I need to do is go to system. There we have like the subblock. And then from here, perfect. It's working perfectly. It's 0. It's not changing anything. Why is it not changing anything? Is it because of this? A new subblock. Did I call it differently? A new subblock. Left and right. Let's disable these. Why is it not? Oh, you're an idiot again. Well, no. I am an idiot because I was pressing the arrow keys, and that's the problem. When you do accept and cancel on the arrow keys, I've been using WASD to navigate the menu, so I was pressing the left arrow, but that was just pressing accept. And I need to press A actually for left and right. So that was a small error. I know. I need to change that, but I don't like it if I have like accept and cancel for now on H and J. I know using left and up for accept and cancel doesn't make any sense, but it's just a spacing. Listen, I know. Look, I've already been streaming for 4 hours. Just did the same thing. Just did the same thing again. Pressing left because I want to go left. I need to press A. Because but it's not changing though. I don't know why it's not changing. Navigate left. System data, set key. New dict system, menu subblock. That's how I called it, right? Why does it... Oh, it was integer. Right. So now it's changing though. That's somewhat the issue with like the dictionaries and like the values. It's always good to just actually say if you're talking about an integer, just to add that little bit to convert it to an integer. So just to be sure, let's test it again. There it is. So language should you go up and then down, and then re-enable these. So that now it should cycle between 0 and 1 for both options. There you go. 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just for the sake of testing add a new option here as well. That's easy, just so that we know it cycles between 0 1 and 2 on the difficulty. I do need to make something that resets the sublock to 0 again, but that doesn't make any sense because we do need to change. See, the tricky part is, well, let's just test this out first. 0 1 0 1, and this is 0 1 2 0 1 2 2 0, and from 0 1 2 0 if I press right. So that's working. So now the tricky part is more like we know the amount of sub options that are there. That's mainly because of like we populate like all the options based on the XML in that array. So we have 0, 1, and 2, easy, normal, and hard. But now the tricky part is more that the sublock, like the location, if the length, let's say the difficulty is on normal, that's 1. We can't reset it to 0 because it's on normal in the dictionary. That's also like the tricky part when making the menu, when we actually see it on the right, which we have selected. We need to know from a step before this, we need to check like difficulty is on normal. So once we go from language to difficulty, it needs to change that sublocation based on what that key has for a value, if that makes any sense. It can't be set to 0 because then it would display easy while it is actually on normal. So now we need to build something that happens before this, or once we change that option, we need to know it's on that. And I don't know for sure, because at some point you will see that option like on the right here. That means, see, if I boot it up and it's set on normal, it should show difficulty normal next to it. So we already know like what it is set to. So maybe I'm not gonna build a text right now. But do I? What I want to do? What I wanna is when I go to difficulty, it should go to 1. And to do that, I need to get the value from the dictionary. Holy shit, man. Let's just delete this. I don't need it. No, I needed that. Why? Why do I? I don't need it for now. Why? Just focus. Focus. You can do this. You can do this before you make chocolate dinner. Where did I do the sub? That's here. I think that this happens when we go on the option, so it should happen here because we do have like actions access to the to the difficulty and the key. So it's in there. I'm trying to think. This happens when we go on language or difficulty. This happens because this populates it. Do I really need to do this? Submenu for each element on the X. Holy shit, man. No, that can't be. Well, maybe that's it actually. Menu compare current value is equal to that. And that should poop out what we have right now. For each, that's for the sub menus. Do I need? I think I kind of need this, maybe. For now, I will do it like this. I will do it in two ways. Two ways. This might work. This might work. Browser log array 0 for testing and array submenu, not ASJs, current X. This might work. I'm just gonna copy and paste this because maybe that string is not actually working. What I will do for now is just to test is equal to normal because that's in the list, and this should poop out. If this is if both of these are working, we will get in a console something that says like array 0 1, array 1 1. Maybe I'm making this very complicated and it doesn't need to be this way, but I don't know how else I could do this. That's correct. It's not working on language because language doesn't have normal in it. That is why it's saying 0. But I don't know why. No, it's actually working. It's actually working as intended. Is it though? Let's clear this. Let's go on language. Let's go to difficulty. It says array 1 is 1. That's normal. So let's do this on the hard. So now array 1 should say hard. No, 2. That's working. So now we know this option is already on this option. And maybe I'm making it very complicated because we need to do this also for the font, and we could store that value in the font. But I don't know. I don't quite understand why it's when I go to language, this one is working. But if I go to difficulty, one is working. Why? Well, that is because only difficulty has the value of a heart and not language. Hey Mimitrits, why do you always stream at this time? It's 8 AM here, damn it. It's only for this week though. It's only for this week, Mimitrits. I think, yeah, next week it's just gonna be more like streaming at night. But I'm streaming like early during the day right now because I have vacation. And indeed, just what Stroomkabel said, just move, man. It's a you problem. It's not a me problem. But yeah, it's just I don't know. It's kind of intense now, and I'm not gonna stream for like 4 hours long at night. And I have vacation. That's why I just stream like during the day now. And just chilling out, man. Just making, just working on some. I'm just working on some fun menu stuff. I love this. Mimitrus, the amount of vacation you guys get, I should move. You get like 2 weeks per year. 2 weeks. I don't know. I don't understand that. 2 weeks. That sounds nuts, man. That sounds nuts. The thing though is it's not I have a lot of vacation, but that's just because of the job. Not a ton of people. I think a lot of people have like more than 2 weeks though, but I'm an extreme case. 2 weeks is standard. Kat says lucky she gets 3 weeks. That's kind of nice. That's nice. 3 weeks. But yeah, take into account teacher, right? So you get more vacation. What I was saying is that why is that not? Shouldn't that one work as well? Fair enough. I deserve it. No, that was lame to say. Germany gets 4 weeks. What the hell do you spend your time on 4 weeks? Chilling out. Eating pizza. Eating candy. Exercising. Streaming. Playing games. How do businesses stay profitable? By doing good business. But again, I don't know what the normal account of vacations is with a normal job, with a normal person job. I don't know. No idea. I'm almost there, I think. Something I don't quite understand why this one is also not pooping something out when we go to difficulty. Let's do this over again. Let's go to language and then switch to difficulty. I know why it's not working on language, because language doesn't have the value of heart. So if we move down, it only does that one. So what's so funky on here that it is working on? Why is it working on language and not menu type, menu action, and then a key. Maybe it's too late with getting the menu type. I need to the menu type would be that. The menu action, I just want to check something. Mimitre zone in the Netherlands, 20 days is minimum, 25 days is more common. Yeah, could be, yeah. I think if you got like the summer, you got 6. Now week, Christmas is like 2. And then smaller vacations like here and there. Says 10. I think it's maybe 12 weeks a year in the end. You damn Europeans, when do you have work? I am the wrong person to ask that because yes, I'm the wrong person to that. Yes, we 4 weeks is not that much, no. But there's someone that had almost like two burnouts and had a period of working like for 80 hours a week or more. I kind of feel like the vacations is on my side justified. So I don't know how. I don't know. I would turn into if there's only 2 weeks, then no. What I want to do, log the menu action, just to see maybe it's not updated fast enough when I actually do it. Two weeks is ridiculous. Yeah, 2 weeks is ridiculous. Because this week already feels kind of like a small break, but still, like, it's not long enough to actually distance yourself from work. And you know, like, okay, next week I need to get into work language. It doesn't, it's just not doing this. It is not doing. It's not doing the difficulty thing. I don't know. I don't quite know. Difficulty. Did we do something differently here? Did I have a typo there? Entry ID difficulty. From this easy, normal, hard. The second one is working though. I get it. Oh, fucking hell. I get it. I get it. I get it. The dictionary doesn't have the key. I don't want to say it, but I'm an idiot. I solved it. The dictionary doesn't have a difficulty key. I'm gonna change that. I don't like the language option there, and the difficulty. Nowhere does it say the difficulty. That's why it's not working. So that should be on normal, and that's basically it. That's the whole issue. So because I changed the language, I need to do this though. Set up language. Let's just store the language in the game data so that you have specific save. Per save, you store the data of what the language actually is. Maybe this fucks it all up again, as always. Mimitrits, I have to save up leave for 2 years to go and see my family in SA. And then I can't use any leave for the remainder of the 2 years. I haven't seen your family for 5 years now. That's insane, man. I don't know. I know I have a lot of vacations, but just having like 2 weeks for a vacation and then like with that you have to wait like 2 years again. That's insane. That's kind of insane. You wouldn't even be able to go like on a regular vacation. Like if you want to go see your family, it needs to be there, and then you get like the whole travel thing, and then actually being there, and then you return home and you need to get back to work. That's nuts. You've been looking for a new job since all you want is like just 3 weeks. Yeah, that's maybe the next thing that needs to be changed. Like more vacation. I really like the how people are more looking into like the 4-day weeks, the work weeks. Okay, let's test it out. I'm slowly starting to zone out in not like a bad way, but this menu stuff. Fuck me, why is that? Why is it not working now? I know. This is the time where you start to make mistakes. This is where you start to make mistakes. Does it make sense? Current. Well, that we shit. It's fine. Mutus, yeah, Idos in Montreal is doing a 4-day week now, so many days from Vancouver left. Yeah, wasn't there another place like Ubisoft in... Like Ubisoft? I also want to say, is there a Ubisoft Montreal? What? Maybe it wasn't Ubisoft, but I think one of those. Maybe it was actually Eidos when I read about it. So now if we test it out, it should poop out Area 0 and Area 1. I like calling it pooping out. What the fuck, man? Why? Game data. Language English. Difficulty normal. That's all good. System data get. Is it equal to? Well, maybe this needs to be game data as well then. I changed the wrong thing. I changed the wrong thing in here. Because this needs to be... Because we need to get the key from like game data. Look, man, once this is all working, it's very nice. Let's clear it. Language. Action language. Is that correct though? What? No, that's correct. Just place here. Go here. We see 2 of them. Area 0 is 1. I don't know why it says 1. Area 1 is 2. Why is it saying 1 and not 2? You're an idiot. Ah, man, come on, man. Come on. Snap out of it. It's correct. It's working because that's for hard. Look. It's a normal. That's why putting out different values is actually working as intended. I'm a real. This is the idiot hour, man. This is the idiot hour. This is me losing my brain. This is me losing my brain. Because if I go to difficulty now, let's just do. Stop pooping, man. Difficulty 2. 2. It knows in the dictionary that we have selected hard as the difficulty, and that's the key where it should be on, and that's the second option, the third option in the array. So 0, 0, 1, and 2. So that's good. So we can actually remove this one. So this is working. Maybe because I'm in the process of finishing my marketing degree, since I want to move into the industry. Since the benefits video game studios get is almost on the level of EU companies these days. And the other company you're referring to, maybe IO Interactive, they also have reduced hours. Could be. Yeah, could be. Yeah, probably. Like that's like Denmark. Denmark seems like a place that would be kind of like on the front of that. So, holy shit, man. Holy shit. So when you move up and down and then left and right. No, yep. It's almost there. Almost. I think I just need to move this here. Why don't I place a comment here? This will set the menu sublog current setting of the key. Current setting / value of a specific key. Number. And then we do this, do this, do this, do this, do that. It's almost ready. It's not gonna be displayed. And so now if I move down, and now the shitty part is that we didn't actually make the text that says like, okay, language, English, or like Dutch and difficulty or what it is on. But if I move down now, this should just say 0. This one should say 0 as well. And this one should say 2. Because it's on hard. That's fine. That's good. That's good. That's good. So from here, we can move left and up. And then set it, but we from now we do need to set the value in a one dictionary. What? we need to set once we change what if I move left and right, now it also needs to change the value in the dictionary. Why am I doing this? A menu? Why did I do this? Why do I have this? Why? I know why. I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping. I'm trying to think. Dictionary. Game data. Set key. No. Yes. Set key to array. Add. Come on, man. You can do it. You can do it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Get. Menu sub. Log. Look, it's gonna be a thing of beauty. Once this is working, it's gonna be, everybody is gonna be, man, this is way better than the game. This is way better than the game. You must replace the difficulty settings with language settings. English is easy, Dutch is moderate, Chinese is hard, and of course Russian is brutal. That's one. But there's one big flaw in this whole setup. The biggest. There's one big flaw in here. One big. We might have different dictionaries that store data that we need to change. And now we're only referring to game data. So before we test this out, that is why yesterday I did this to set the key. And now we say, that is why I built the get value and get and set value, set key and set value. Set key, set value. Set key, get value. Why did I do it like that? This should be set value as well, not set key, but mistakes were made. So what we do here, let's just test it out now. Okay, I already read that up. The difficulty suggestion. Almost there. Almost there. Fuck me, man. I don't need this. So what happens now? I think this is the reason why a lot of projects fail in the beginning, because you focus on the fun part first. Sound, I was gonna say audio, visuals, making the game feel good, and then it's like, did you make the menu? What? Menu? Ow. I think the menu, all that stuff, is maybe the most complicated thing there is. If it's correct now, the difficulty is set to hard. I hope this is working. If I press left, it should go to normal. Please? I'm scared. I'm scared to press the button. Please go to normal. No, yes. Uh, moving to the right is not working though. To the left is working. Look at that. Oh, come on, man. And language, does it work for the language as well? Look at this. I'm a wizard. I'm a lizard wizard. Because that's for left. And just this should go to the right. I'm just gonna disable these. That's a lot of text. So the right, either left or right, that doesn't actually matter anymore. I think the change the left and the right is not even needed, and that could be just placed on the menu, but I'm not gonna do that right now. The only thing that I might want to do right now is actually call a function to change the value in the dictionary, and then that actually means that we need to here we need to just call this function over like the get value, so we get the value because that's the thing that we want to have here. So we, instead of doing this, we get the value from the dictionary, and that way we might be able to have like different kind of dictionaries where we store data that might not be like game related, because now it's more set in stone that all the options that we have are stored in game data, and that might not be the case. Slumco, I get it, yeah. I'm right now trying to make my controller feel good. I got thumbstick movement and teleporting down now, and snap turning is up. Now doing physics and picking up objects. Probably after that the menu is gonna be a thing. Yeah, unless you don't have like a ton of options. I think this menu for this game is just gonna be very simple, but I just want to make it so that we can actually can make more options and have the ability to change a lot of values. And by setting it up like this, we can, once this is done, it should be rather easy to make new keys, new values, new options to change, because it's all based on, well, it's all like this. So I'm gonna disable these because that's basically working. This is the final thing that I need to do. It's the final thing that I need to do. So let's move this one over here, because I do need to take a little peek at that dictionary and how I set that up. So for things that like menus, I like to make it really easy to add more stuff, making it modular so you can use it as a template for other projects. Yes. I like that as well. I think that's very important. Because this menu here, we could, in the end, have this template and make another, like a new thing, but it's only a matter of like changing the XML, and that's basically it. Changing the XML, and of course you need to set some stuff up. But yeah. There's more options, more Kiss, and definitely more Mario. More Mario indeed, else everything is a lie. Indeed. Mario for life. So I'm just gonna copy that, because I will definitely fuck it up. Because the only thing that we need to do here is get a value, and oh man, that's a whole line. Can I? Because this is this all the key? Is this the whole key? Yeah, that's basically the whole key. And that's the key from that dictionary. So let's just type it out. Function dot call dictionary get value, and then this whole thing. And that should work as well. So if we scroll up and down, a light. Game data. So for now, I will just say game data, but we need to replace this with the with that thing that's actually like listed in the dictionary, or yeah, like we can change this, and then it doesn't matter like which dictionary it's about. We just have to say here which dictionary, and then we call this dictionary get value. And here we have like get it from game data. That's what we're saying here. And return a value of this key. And that's the key that we're sending here along. So if we test this out, it should set the sublook location based on whatever is in the key. So for the testing on the difficulty, it should say 1. It should say 2. Because the language is on English, and that's the first option. So that is working now. The only thing is like game data. We need to find like, is that actually not? Isn't that basically? Let's pull up the XML, because that's almost like in here, right? Setup, menu type. And then the entry. What if we do this? What I'm gonna do again is copy and do this so that I have a slide back up. I think menu type. And if I do wait a second. Yeah, that's a key. Oh no, it's basically it's probably basically this. It's already there. Look at this text. Oh man, that's insane. That's too much. I think if I change this to dick, it should work as well now. Yep. I have. 0, 2. There you go. So, do we need to test this anymore? Let's test if it's working. Let's copy and paste this one here as well, but then say it's normal, and system data, and then from the XML, what I need to do, let's just say that this is actually in the dictionary system data, and we're talking about the difficulty because we set that one to normal. It should now actually go to 1 instead of 2. There you go. Sublocation is 1. Because we set the difficulty here to normal. And we could actually change it here to test it out as well. Now it should say 0. And if we go here and put it on hard, it should go to 2. Yes. Cover, do you own a Oma fiets? No, I don't. I have an e-bike. I have an e-bike and a regular bike. You could call an e-bike maybe an Oma fiets, but now Oma fiets is kind of like a classic, just a black bike, white. My bike is black, but it's not really an Oma bike. No. I had one though. They're kind of nice, Oma bikes. They're nice. Why are you asking about the Oma bike? Because I saw someone else online having a discussion about the bikes. Does your bike have a bell? Yeah, yes. It doesn't have like the ring bell, but it's more like you pull a small tab in it, and the spring makes it like boing. It's not like the old like ring. It's not like that one. It's not like a ring. It's just like a boing. It's kind of like that. I've just have a huge horn. I think it's safe to delete these. Mutus, I want to drive an Oma feet with a tring bell just once before you die. You know. Dream big, man. Just do it. Just buy one. Import one. Go on a vacation to the Netherlands and steal a bike. Use your 2 weeks to get a Oma feet. There's one more thing that I need to do. There are definitely way more things that I need to do. We also need to set the value based on that one thing. Did I do this? Yes. So we don't need like the system data for now. Let's just go to the main menu, and this needs to call a function. Because if you drive a bike here, your life expectancy will drop from 80 to 35. Yeah, I can imagine. It's kind of insane, like how yeah, like how tricky that is. Did I duplicate that one? Yes, because we don't even have to duplicate it. Call function dictionary set key, and then I need to copy these values. Oh, I made a mistake. I need to do this. Boing. Boing. That's for testing. I might be able to just remove this. So if I move to the left now in the menu, it should still set the key, but it's based on like the dictionary and then the set key. It should be set value. You're in here. North American cities just never evolved to allow biking. It's very bad. Everything is car oriented. Yeah, you keep seeing those messages pop up, like how city planning and how like bike lanes exist, but car drivers just don't respect it. Like the race driving and just like you making use of just a bike lane to drive the car on it and just not paying attention to people on bikes. It's weird, man, how drivers are there. That's my picture though from the things that you read. How low on the food chain you are there, like when you're on a bike, and it's just like, so like, I'm in a car, fuck you. I don't care what happens to you, fuck you. I am in a car, I don't care. It's kind of weird how stuff like that, like you know, came to be, and how the mindset is of like people in a car as well. It's kind of terrible. Like it's so ingrained. That's my feeling, right? It's ingrained. And just like the the unjustified rage against cyclists. Like, why? Why? And it's maybe like one of those like car things. Like, I don't know what happens to people with a car, but it's maybe like one of those car things. Like, I got a car and fuck you. My university professor ranted on how useless bike lanes are because it rains half the year in Vancouver. Look, man, it's terrible weather here in the Netherlands. Especially around this time. I just get like poncho and I got like a whole raincoat, and I even got like stuff for all my shoes for the rain. And it's like, yeah, it requires some extra clothing, but it's like, oh, okay, like I will just ride, even if it's like heavy raining, I'll just go on a bike. Like, who cares, man? I do have an e-bike, so that helps out a lot, but yeah, we even ride a bike in the snow once when it's slippy. When it's slippy on the road, we even ride the bike. We're like, I don't care, we'll just go a little bit slower. It's fucking insane how people are still on a bike when it has snowed, or like there's a little bit like frost on the bike lane. At some point we say though, like, okay, enough is enough, but we only do that when people are dying. No, not necessarily then, but you get the idea. It's like, it really takes a while before we actually say, no, school's closed. School's closed, we need a month vacation. So what was I doing again? Game data. Go to difficulty. To the left. That's still working. Even though we're using that function that's there. There's one small flaw still in the function, and that is that we do the game data stuff. I think I will just delete this because it seems to be working. And now maybe this is because we're working in this menu here, the changing of the values should probably not happen there anymore, and should happen like on this function menu, which is also, just look at how big this menu thing has become. It's I know, it's insane. The thing that we're sending along is like the location. I think I'm almost done. If I do this or this, it's already double, and that shouldn't actually happen. It should only happen once. But still, I need to find out from here which dictionary we're changing. That's something that we did in the check, right? Setup, main menu. Is that correct? Oh, that's important. This says main menu. What? That's wrong. That's a test. You know what? I will add that too. Important. Because I can't. I need to stop because I'm losing it. Important. Will I find it? I could also do toggle bookmark so that I know. Menu check bookmark, and there needs to be another bookmark. for this stuff. Toggle bookmark and param1 needs game data needs to change to the correct dictionary. Why is it so difficult to is it so difficult to change just that little thing though? Because we know menu action, we're on difficulty. We know this, so we know which dictionary we're talking about because we did that somewhere else. That's the one here, right? Isn't that simply this? Yeah, I think this is for getting the stuff from the XML, like what dictionary we actually want to change. Because that's about the key. Yeah, it was already there. Like because that's referring to the key, and one before that is actually the dictionary where we say that. So it's basically that string. It was already there. It was already there. See, that's why I'm losing it. We can change this and just to test it out. The other bookmark problem is something else. That's specifically to get everything from here, and that needs to be based on function param1, I guess. No, that needs to be almost have it. Let's test it out first. Almost done. Almost done. Not done, but I'm done for the stream because I'm already like working on this for 5 hours straight. Difficulty, game data, normal, easy, hard, normal, easy, hard. That works. Language, English and Dutch, and to the right, left, right, left, right, left. Right, left, right, left, right, right, left, left. So that's working. We can change the values in the dictionary now. So let's remove. Let's remove that. Note. I do need to add some comments. I think I can delete that. What I don't like is how I have two functions, like the left and right. I almost think we can combine these two by making an OR, like having an OR block like left or right. Let's just add a comment because to fix that will take some more time. Note. Make an OR block. Make an OR event. And let's bookmark that. Toggle bookmark. Because that's important. Because the only thing that's tricky here, but this like it's about setting doing either minus or plus, but we can combine these two and have like an empty sub event and then do this. Yes, that's fixable. And this says main menu. This is bothering me now because that's solely for when we're on the main menu, and that wouldn't work when we are on options because it would pull in the wrong sub events. So I'm just gonna do this and main menu, initialize main menu. 01. So the menu type is that. So I think we could simply say here dict system type dot get shit, what menu type? Menu type. I think that's the one. Let's save it. Because yeah, that's the identifier, like the menu type, main menu, based on what we call. So if we're on options, it would say initialize options or whatever menu we want to have. So let's just check if that also still works. No sub events, no sub events, 2 sub events, 3 sub events, 0, 3. Oh, that is all working. And now we go to game data. Difficulty, normal, easy, hard, normal, easy, hard, language. Yeah, that's the same. Right. Okay. Good. 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 I think this is also working. See, I can't stop. I need to stop. I can't stop. I like this a lot. This is the tricky part. I like this, but also I can't let it go because it's like one. Oh, let's do this. Let's do that. So the only thing, let's remove that one. I kind of want to see the prior version, like the amount of events that the menu is actually taking. So what we're gonna do tomorrow to finish this up is that here there needs to be another thing added. I need to write one other thing down. Well, I will leave the did I fix first menu option for when there are sub options. Fix first menu option doesn't work if there are sub actions. My guess is that with how it's set up right now, it works more because we scroll down, but it doesn't work for the first option. So if, for example, the first option would actually be language, we wouldn't get the sub events or the sub options in that array, and that's something that we need to fix after having built. When the building of the menu is complete, it needs to do that. Populate array when menu is built with the sub options. So that's something that we need to fix tomorrow. I don't know. That's just a tricky thing with how everything works in order. Another thing that we need to do is actually show the options on the right, and basically that is gonna be something here. We'll check if there are sub options, and that will call the creation of the font as well, and that font needs to, we need to create the right side, and that font needs to create font for menu options that have sub options, and also automatically change text when automatically change text when No, I don't know anymore. Let me change text when option is changed. What the fuck? And also when font is created. Set correct text based on dictionary value. Yes, so we need to build the right side, and then once it's built, or during the building, it needs to actually check like, okay, this setting, you know, based on this stuff right here, game data difficulty, we will use that dictionary again. It needs to set the text to that, or the action. It needs to set the text to that at the start once it's created, so you know, okay, language is on English, difficulty is on normal, for example. And then also when we move left and right, that text needs to actually show also what setting it is on after you have changed it. And we will use, I think the font function will get a few extra things added to it to support that, because these options also need to be translated as well. And that's gonna be similar to this. And I think it was kind of nice what we did. Like, if there's no translation, it will put it there, but it will add a small like T to show, hey, this needs to be translated yet. Let's do this. So we, you know, I'm happy about this. Like it's getting there. This menu and like the inventory menu are, I think, crucial for now before we actually start to do something else, especially like the inventory menu. But I think that's gonna be a little bit easier because I'm not gonna mess around with text. It's just gonna be icons like based on like rows and columns, like where items are and how you select those. It's gonna be a little bit easier to do. I'm saying easier than this stuff, and I think this is important, especially when we want to have like the options. If we want to add more like accessibility stuff, change like the music volume, sound volume, like all that stuff, we set it all up. It's just a matter of adding those things, and that's gonna just work out for our own accessibility to change like this menu. And it's not all like this is probably gonna be rather complicated. Like, this is good, just, you know, when you call like an action to go to a different layout, but once you need to make some specific stuff, I don't know why I'm saying this. I don't think we really need that right now, but this is a good start. And does it still work? Except, and we're in a game. We didn't change anything for on the game today. There was this one bug where we let go. We know about the bug. Did I make a note of that? To do player less direction UID. Yeah, that's important. Like, that's something that I need to fix. Yeah, we didn't change anything to the game, but that's just, look, it is what it is. I think this is good. This is decent. This is decent. How late is it? It's almost like 6:30. What the fuck, man? I'm having fun. I'm enjoying this. I know it's not necessarily like the menu. Hey, the menu is a game. This is part of the game. Welcome. This is part of it. We need to make this stuff as well. It's not all about shooty bang bang. With that said, I am gonna eat something. and I am gonna enjoy my evening. This was a super long stream. I will probably be back tomorrow with some more. Yeah, tomorrow I want to work more on this. I think it's kind of nice to like spend a lot of time on it right now, and then it becomes easier to, you know, have some smaller streams like here and there to work on it. But like the menu, we worked on the menu like for 5 hours now. That's not something that you can just do for like an hour and then pick up the next day. So I'm kind of glad that we got somewhat far. Yeah, so let's pick it up tomorrow, and then maybe try to do also some more game stuff. But I think that's gonna be like the inventory, selecting items. That's cool. See you all later. Thanks for watching. And also, Mimitrus, thanks for the contribution to the pixel art stream. I hope that's gonna line up when we're done with this, make the pixel art for the game itself. You know, that would be nice. How do you call it? Serendipity? Something like that. I don't know. Have a nice Friday, y'all. Take care, and see you all later. Bye.